क्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
The next posture is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum and keep your knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold onto your big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next posture is Kaka. Now squat and keep your feet flat out of the ground. Keep your knees open wide. Bring your arms in and around the back in Parashamudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a frog. Visualize yourself as a crow as you perform this asana.
प्रथमे वेशकुकठाने दोवो हातपकमी च आने तिनको मोडिनल्या परल्यावे पिष्टपछे काकसी करावे.
The next posture is Kandipavasana. Place your palms onto the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees on the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean your chin forward and down and gaze ahead. And slowly lift the feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji entering the space.
आसन को गुण आशीद श्रुता होई तो आछी होई.
The next posture is Kapaliyasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring top of your head on the ground, forming a triangle between your hands and your head. Bring your knees under your elbows, hips over your shoulders, and slowly straighten the legs up. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering inner space, internally chanting the japa Sadashivoham.
शीशी शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
The next posture is Parshamayurasana. Now squat on your toes with your legs together. Twist the body and place both your hands to one side, aligning your elbows with your knee and your hip. Now lean onto the arms and get your balance. Extend your legs to one side and gaze through the third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now repeat Parshamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
The next posture is Bhairanganathasana. Now place both of your hands onto the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tarakshvasana. Now step one foot outside of your respective shoulder, bringing the foot between your hands. Gaze through the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha. We're going to switch the pranayama to the pranayama Vrechika pranayama. Inhale deeply as you hold your breath. Then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation and exhale. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava as you perform this asana.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now repeat Bhairanganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
The next posture is Unmukapitasana. From Tarakshvasana, which is on your hands and your feet, place your forearms onto the ground. Walk your feet forward. As you raise your hips up, lift your chest and head up and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुका.
The next posture is Vasishthasana. From Tarakshvasana, which is on your hands and your toes, rotate your body onto one hand, raise the opposite hand up. As you keep the balance of your hand directly beneath the shoulder, raise your hips and gaze towards the sky as you visualize yourself as Sage Vasishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
The next posture is again Vasishthasana. Perform it on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
The next posture is Anjaneyasana. Now sit with your legs stretched, toes pointing up. Bring your hands under your buttocks with your palms facing up. Keep your spine straight and keep your elbows close to your body. Tuck the chin to the chest as we perform Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as we continue to perform the Rechika Pranayama, which is inhaling deeply and hold your breath. Then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation. We'll be having the new japa to be internally chanted, which is Sameepya
दोबूकर की उभय हथेली कोरबारिली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे.
The next posture is Paschimottanasana. With your legs stretched out, bend from the waist and hold onto your big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Bring the chest to the thigh, head to the knee. Visualize your Swamiji into your inner space as you perform this asana.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
The next posture is Ugrasana. Now with your legs straight, clasp your hands behind your head and lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Perform all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Kali in your inner space, internally chanting the japa Sameepya
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
The next posture is Marichyasana. Now sit with your legs extended, bring one heel to the ground with your knee raised. Reach your arm in and out on the raised knee and clasp your hands behind the back. Now bring the chest to the thigh, head to the knee, as you visualize yourself as sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next posture is Mahamudrasana. From Marichyasana, let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down as you engage all three bandhas. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji entered in a space.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धाः सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now perform Marichyasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
And then Mahamudrasana on the other side. Visualize Swamiji and remember to be internally chanting the japa Sameepya
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
The next posture is Bhadrasana too. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum. Keep your knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
गुल्फौ तु वृषणस्यादः श्रीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
The next posture is Ghalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, the previous posture, extend your feet away from your body. Keep your toes tucked, heels apart and knees open. Place your hands on top of your respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering inner space.
पूरव चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधिजो कीजे सोजी यामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल आठ अंतरो राशे.
The next posture is Joniasana. Now sit and keep the soles of the feet together, heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the feet, gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala as you can see that it is projected onto your screen as we internally chant the japa Paramashivoham.
दो पगदली संपट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे.
The next posture is Midaki Bhavasana. Now sit and keep your heels together, toes apart and knees wide. Lean forward and down, extend your hands out wide, palms down on the ground. Bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels and gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
पूरब विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
The next posture is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep your toes together, heels apart. Bring your arms below the shin, extend out and keeping your palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above the feet. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Lord Surya onto your inner space.
दो पकतली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा में धरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे.
The next posture is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep your heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up like a book. Bring the soles towards the sky. Now keep back of your hands onto the ground. Press your elbows onto the thighs, towards the knees and gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दो पगागी एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे पगतली माहिली कोर अंगूठा की सदिसु दिजोड़े बारली कोर फणा शुल्या राशे.
The next posture is Sarpada Chokasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together, heels to the perineum, knees to the ground. Place your hands onto the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दो पगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो वो गोड़ा परिदाशे.
The next posture is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together, knees wide. Lift the heels up, bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep your knees under the ground, pull the stomach in and up as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Now place your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees as you visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava.
गुल्फौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
The next posture is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel of the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of your foot from onto your chest. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यल्लिङ्गवक्त्रके.
The next asana is Apanasana. Now sit and place one leg on top of your respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and keep it straight. Keep your hands under the ground beside your sides. Gaze through the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत्तदण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now repeat Samanasana on the opposite side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यल्लिङ्गवक्त्रके.
And then Apanasana on the other side as you eternally chant the japa Mahasadashivoham.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत्तदण्डवत् प्रभो.
The next asana is Gomukasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body. With your feet by the opposite hips, place both your hands on top of your stacked knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose as we're going to perform the new pranayama, Sitkari pranayama, which is place your tongue on the root of your mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound, and then hold your breath. Visualize the face of a cow as we internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
The next posture is Anusyasana. From Gomukasana position, the previous posture, hold on your big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Now relax your shoulders and pull your stomach in and up as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावोंता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पतपुनि दे संधि पसारी.
The next posture is Anusayasana 2. From Anusayasana position, the previous posture, interlace your fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground, if possible. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a Rishika Anusaya.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा शिवले पगतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधाराशे.
The next posture is Garudasana 2. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot flat on the ground, knees to the chest. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Place your hands on top of your respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
दावोपगमोडी गेडी माहिलौ गुल्फमूलद्वारणी चैदे.
The next posture is Naradasana. Now sit and place your perineum on top of your one heel, with the top of your foot flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in Parashamudra. Twist outside of your raised knee and gaze through the third eye as you visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी गोड़ा सुधो फणो है जो जी दछिपा शितीरा शेषोई.
The next posture is Matsapidakasana. Place one foot on your opposite thigh and wrap your respective arm around the knee, holding onto your opposite shin. Extend the other hand straight and hold onto your respective toe with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
For the next few asanas, we're going to perform it on the other side. The first asana which we're going to perform is Gomukasana. Perform it as we continue to internally chant the japa Om Nithyanandoham and perform the pranayama, Sitkari pranayama.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now perform Anusayasana on the other side.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावोंता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदपुनि दे संधि पसारी.
And perform Anusayasana too on the other side.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा स्यौले पगतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधाराशे.
Now perform Garudasana on the other side as we engage Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारिणी चैदे बैसे जीमणि पगतली धरती टेकी गोड़ो ऊंचो उभौ राशे.
And now perform Naradasana on the other side as you visualize yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुधो पणो है जो जी दछिपा शितीरा शेषोजी.
Now perform Matsapidakasana on the other side.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of your opposite thigh and place your opposite foot on the ground. Twist and bring your elbow outside of your raised knee. Keep your arm raised by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and the master of the Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसे तत्र याम्यं कूर्परं च याम्ये करे च वक्त्रकं भ्रुवोर्मध्ये यथा दृष्टिं पीठं मत्स्येन्द्रमुच्यते.
The next posture is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, the previous posture, twist and bring your elbow outside of your raised knee. Extend your hand down to the foot, keeping opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn your head back and gaze through the third eye. Don't forget to continue to internally perform the pranayama, the Sitkari pranayama. Visualize yourself as a camel as you perform this asana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
The next posture is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the opposite foot on the ground and bring your elbow outside of your raised knee. Extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand on the ground. Continue to turn your head back and give to the Matsyendrasana yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरपिण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now perform Matsyendrasana under the side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. तत्र याम्यं कूर्परं च याम्ये करे च वक्त्रकं भ्रुवोर्मध्यं पीठं मत्स्येन्द्रमुच्यते.
The next posture is Kubhasana. Perform Kubhasana under the side as you visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
And continue to perform Matsyendrasana too under the side.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
The next posture is Padmasana. Now sit and place your feet on top of your opposite thighs. Place your palms on your respective knees. Engage all three bandhas as you perform Mula Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. We'll be performing the new pranayama, the Siddhari pranayama. Gently place the tongue against the back of your teeth and inhale. Hold your breath, then exhale slowly through your nose. Visualize Paramashiva entering the space as we internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
The next posture is Padmasana too. Now cross your arms and hold onto your toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Paramashiva.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
The next posture is Kukkutasana. Now sit and place your feet on top of your opposite thighs. Place your palms onto the ground between your two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you perform this asana.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next posture is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, rise up onto your knees and place your palms under the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. Keep your elbows together and press against the navel region. Lean forward and then find your balance. Extend your knees up off the ground as you visualize Swamiji onto the inner space.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms under the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. Now keep your elbows together and press against the navel region. And then lean forward, find your balance. Extend your legs up off the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Makarasana. Now lay down onto your stomach with your feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in Parashamudra. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a crocodile.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
The next posture is Shalabhasana. Now lay down onto your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
The next posture is Ustrasana. Now lay down onto your stomach and bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्थं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढम् उष्ट्रञ्च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
The next posture is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, the previous posture, tighten the grip of your feet. Kick your legs back and up and simultaneously lift the chest up off the ground as you gaze through the third eye and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करोच पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
The next posture is Bhagasana. Now sit between your heels with your feet flat. Keep your spine straight. Place your palms on top of the thighs. Gaze through the third eye. Visualize Swamiji on her inner space as we internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो बैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे पावन महिला गुल्पज होवु कुला पाशतीला वेसोवु.
The next posture is Gohiyasana. From your knees, place your forearms on the ground, fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Now place top of your head on the shoulder, holding back of your head with your hands. Walk your toes forward until your hips align with your shoulders. Now slowly lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
दोवु हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनिह कलाई जाने दोई.
The next is Sarshasana. Now slowly lift the feet up and stack your hips on top of your shoulders, knees on top of your hips. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. दो हाथ बग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरण उभे आकाश दिसी करे.
The next posture is Parigasana. Sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind and hold your opposite shoulders. Keep your chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed upward. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
The next posture is Naukasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down on the ground beside your hips. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a boat.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय शिर ऊरु जङ्घापादान् दण्डवद्धारयेत्.
The next posture is Rudrasana. Sit and lift the feet up, scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. You're going to perform the Vastrika Pranayama continuously. Keep your spine straight and gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगतली संपुट करी हाथस्योपग उचाई पगा का अंगूठा दो वूलेवु परली कानी तालवे.
The next posture is Unmukha Pithasana too. Now lay down onto your back with your feet flat on the ground. Place your palms down and fingers just touching back of heels. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Perform the pranayama, Sahaja Pranayama, as you inhale deeply through the nose and hold your breath comfortably, then exhale. Visualize Swamiji on inner space as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानूनि कृत्वा शवेत्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
The next posture is Shavasana. Lay down onto your back with your palms facing upwards. Completely unclench your whole body from any micro movements. Let your body remain dead. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. And internally chant the japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now slowly come back to your physical body. Start to move your fingers, your toes, Rock your body side to side and you come back to the comfortable seated position onto your yoga mats. Yes, now as we have completed the first Pratama Vinyasa Krama, we will be moving on throughout the continuous sequence. The next asana which we are going to perform is Yathasanishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Place your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space. As you perform the Samana Pranayama, inhale deeply, visualizing heat flames rising up along the spine to your navel center, and then hold your breath. Then exhale, internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
The next posture is Sama Asana. In the very same posture, just take a long deep inhalation and hold, and then take prolonged inhalations and exhalations. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform this asana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next posture is Muktasana. Now place your left foot against the genital region and place your right foot over top the left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a sage, elaborated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य जीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next posture is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as the previous posture. Switch the gaze from your tip of your nose to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji at your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितीन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next posture is Siddhyasana. Now maintain the same position as the previous posture, Siddhasana. Switch the gaze from your third eye to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas, performing Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादके एडी जानो सीवनी मधितास कोठानो दक्षिपादकी एडी जोजी मेढुमदि लगावे सोई.
The next posture is Rudrasana too. Now keep your legs in the same position as Siddhyasana, the previous posture. Now place your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees. Switch the gaze through your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे वाम पगथले माहिले कोर दक्षिण के जुबाहर ले वोर.
The next posture is Shantadunasana. Maintain the same position as a Rudrasana too. Switch the gaze to the ground, to the tip of the nose. Feel embodying tranquility and unshakable nature in this very posture.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीट.
The next posture is Siddhasana too. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling like a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji into inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
The next posture is Baddha Yoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. We're going to perform the Shanmugi Mudra. As you inhale deeply, now place your fingers beneath your bottom lip, ring fingers above your upper lip, middle fingers closing your nostrils, index fingers over your eyes, thumbs closing your ears. This is the Shanmugi Mudra. Set the sankalpa that you're going to manifest through the womb of creation in this posture as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
The next posture is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and other foot under the opposite thighs. Place your hands and Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees. Engage Mula Bandha. Feel embodying the space and state of bravery in this asana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next posture is Valmikasana. Now place your left heel on the right side of your generative organ. Right foot or the left leg toes by the knee. Place your hands in Bindu Mudra on your respective knees. Gaze through the third eye as you visualize the great sage of Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayanam.
डावा पगगी पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोया.
The next posture is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch the gaze from the third eye to the tip of your nose. Visualize Yoni Mandala, representing Goddess Devi and Shakti, symbol of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपादगी पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
The next posture is Yonyasana. Now keep your feet and the hands in the same position. Switch the gaze from your tip of your nose to your third eye as you again visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललन्तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि पादयोगेन चक्रस्य लिङ्गाग्रं यो नियोजयेत् अन्यत् पादमुरौ दत्त्वा तत्तयोन्यासनं भुवि.
The next posture is Bhadrasana 3. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding with both of your hands. Bring your knees down to the ground, gaze through the tip of the nose. Engage with Dhyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra on your inner space as we internally chanda japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्भं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्भं तु दक्षिणे.
The next posture is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together at the perineum. Press the tongue against the roof of the mouth as you perform Khechari Mudra. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth and then close the left nostril with your index fingers and inhale through the right nostril. Now close both the nostrils and hold your breath for a few seconds. And then exhale through the left nostril. Repeat this on the other side. Gaze to the third eye. This is called the Antarku Pranayama. Visualize yourself as an Aghori as we internally chanda japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूर्व को हो भिश्रिका जोजी बाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
The next posture is Kaneri Pavasana. Now bring your feet together in front, toes together, heels apart. Place your elbows on your heels, rest your chin on the palms. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage with Dhyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water as we perform the new pranayama, Rechika Pranayama. Inhale deeply and hold the breath. Then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation out of your nose.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विदिते से दोवो गुल्प माहिला जानो अरु एड्या वीच कहुनी ठानो.
The next posture is Parasana. Sit with your knee raised. Place your arms in between the thighs and the calves. Interlace your fingers and make sure your feet is off the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतं रेचकस्त्वेष विख्यातः प्राणसंशयकारकः.
The next posture is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with your soles together. Keep your toes at the groove in your throat, heels touching your chest. Gaze through the tip of the nose as you embodying the state and space of a king in this very posture.
पूर्व विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next posture is Udarasana. Now sit with your soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath your legs, holding the feet with the interlocked fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest, bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize your body is free from any defects in this posture.
दोवु बगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरद हिताने अंगुष्ठ दोवु समटहरावे चिबुक नीचे ताही लगावे.
The next posture is Vasishthasana. Now sit with your feet together, arms under your legs. Raise up the face, fingers interlocks. Keep your palms over your forehead. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture.
दोवु बगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next posture is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift with both legs over top of your respective shoulders. Bring your arms underneath your legs and up. Interlace your fingers around your back of your neck. Perform this asana as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
The next posture is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture with your raised legs up. Bring your elbows under your knees and wrap your arms around your back. Palms clasped. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Rechaka Pranayama as you visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवु हाथ पगों बीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next posture is Sankatasana. With your left knee on the mat, place your left foot flat and place your perineum on your left heel. Now make sure your raised right leg is placed on top of your left and bring your right heel to the left hip. Now place the hands on top of your opposite knees. Engage Mula Bandha. We're going to perform the new pranayama, the Ujjayi pranayama, which is gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally, and then hold your breath. Then exhale slowly as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादं जितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
The next posture is Dhenukasana. From Sankatasana, the previous posture, slide your left heel to your left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both hands on your right thigh as you visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषागीनगर पंचडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नी.
The next posture is Machandrasana. Now place your right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on your right knee. Bring your left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Place the right hand on the left thigh, twist the body and remain steady. Visualize Swamiji on your inner space as you perform this asana.
वामजंगबरदचिनटाने वामहस्तपिष्टि दिश आने बहुरो दशनपद है जोजी ताकि नलिजो पकरे सोजी.
The next posture is Machandrasana too. From Machandrasana, the previous posture, untwist and hold onto your respective big toes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground and chest should touch the knees. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Ujjayi pranayama as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोजी ताकि येडी कड़िसो लावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
The next posture is Guru Asana. Now maintain the feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place them on top of your knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandhas, as you visualize Swamiji as your own Guru.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुआसनं भवति.
The next posture is Sankatasana. Now with your right knee on the mat, place your right foot flat and place your perineum on your raised heel. Keep your raised left leg over top of the right and bring your left heel to the right hip. Place your hands on top of your opposite knees as you perform this asana.
वामपादं जितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
The next posture is Dhenugasana. From Sankatasana, slide your right heel to the right hip. Keep your left knee on the top of your right. Place both hands on your left thigh. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Moola Bandha as you visualize a cow on your inner space.
अनुषागीनगरपञ्चरं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
The next posture is Machandrasana. Now place your right foot on your left thigh and the left foot on your right knee. Bring your left hand behind the back and hold your right thigh. Place your right hand on your left thigh, twist the body and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
वामजंगपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने बहुरो दक्षिणपदहे जोजी ताकी नलिजो पकरे सोजी.
The next posture is Machandrasana too. From Machandrasana, the previous posture, untwist and hold onto your respective toes. Lean your forehead so to touch the ground. Engage Moola Bandha as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजजोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोजी ताकी येड़ी कड़िसो लावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
The next posture is Guru Asana. Maintain the feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place them on top of your knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
उरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत्. हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत्. गुरु आसनं भवति.
The next posture is Pashasana. Sit with your feet flat on the ground with your knees against your chest. Keep your hands holding your opposite knees, thighs together and spine straight. Make sure your tongue is pressed against the roof of the mouth in Khetchari Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनिवरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत्. पशासनं भवति.
The next posture is Bodha Shokasana. Now keep your feet flat on the mat. Wrap your arms around your legs and hold onto the opposite wrist. Place your chin onto your knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. And then exhale. Visualize that you are being in an abode of bliss. Internally chanting the japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दोबू बगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिलिये से करे कोरमिलाजी उकड़बई से जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
The next posture is Kurakatasana. From the same position, place your arms under your knees and hold onto your opposite elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे आम्हा साम्हा ऐसे करे आपस में को हनि पकड़े.
The next posture is Sumati Asana. Maintain the same hold beneath your knees. Now bring your right foot over the left sop. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Moola Bandha and visualize the great sage of Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदक्ष पद आने दाजी पाखती कोले आवे हाथ एक अंतर ठहरावे.
The next posture is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight. Keep your arms raised straight up above your head. Interlace your fingers, wrist pointed outwards. Engage all three bandhas, performing Mahamudra Bandha, and gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next posture is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight, hold onto your big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Move your chest forward and down, head to the knees. We're going to perform the Nadishodhana Kumbhaka, which is close the right nostril and inhale through the left. Hold your breath and then repeat this on the other side as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दोबू पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next posture is Bidhokasana. As you sit with your legs straight, extend your knees slightly up. Keep one hand distance between your heels. Bring your shoulders down and wrap your hands in and around your legs. Hold the soles of the feet and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्ध को कोरडो डारे.
The next posture is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with your heels together. Place your chin, mouth and nose on your heels. Insert your hands below your legs, keeping your elbows together. Keep your palms facing upwards, gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दो वेड़ी मेल के दीजे हाथ पसारी.
The next posture is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Now lean forward and down as you perform Paschimottanasana and visualize Swamiji onto your inner space as you perform this asana.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्. ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next posture is Anantasana. Now lie on your back and lift your right leg behind your neck. Left hand holding the foot from the top. Now straighten your body and concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara chakra. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as an infinite or an endless one in this posture.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next posture is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, the previous posture, rest onto your elbow of your hand holding your foot. Again, concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara. Gaze to the tip of the nose as now you feel that you are in complete control in this posture.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले संस्थापयेत्.
The next posture is Drishasana. Now lie down onto your back, bring the knees to the chest, encircle the thighs and calves with your arms. Now start to roll to the left and to the right. We're going to perform the new pranayama, Pratyahara pranayama, which is inhale deeply, hold your breath, concentrate in succession of your soul's organs of your generation. It can be navel, heart, throat, third eye and more.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये वष्टम्ब जङ्घासहित ऊरूनि करध्वजे बद्ध्वा.
The next posture is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्. ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next posture is Anantasana. Now lie on your back and lift your right leg behind your neck. Left hand holding the foot from the top. Straighten the body and now concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as an infinite or an endless one.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
The next posture is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, the previous posture, rest onto the elbow of your hand holding your foot. Concentrate on prana again moving from your Mooladhara. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Feel that you are in complete control in this posture.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थाप्य.
The next posture is Atmaramasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around your legs, interlace your fingers behind your neck and gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Lord Vishnu's blessing within you in this asana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कंठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next posture is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back, move your knees to the chest, soles facing up. Gaze to the third eye, engage Mula Bandhas, visualize Swamiji entering in a space.
दो हाथ चीदा सा करे तेन सो उबे सपा करे.
The next up is Jatada Pravritti. In this asana, there will be 3 different levels to perform. The first step is continue to lie on your back and move your knees to the chest. Keep your arms reach to the side of the shoulder level. Now keep one knee bent to the ground with the other leg extended out straight. Now keep both knees bent to one side and then both legs straighten to one side. Make sure your head is looking in an opposite direction of your leg as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
परिवृत्ते कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Again, perform the Jata Pravritti on the other side. Continue to lie on your back. Keep your knees to the chest. Arms reach to the side of the shoulder level. Keep one knee bent to the ground with the other leg extended out straight. Keep both knees bent to one side and both legs straighten to one side. Make sure your head is looking in the opposite direction of your leg as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
परिवृत्ते कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next posture is Dvipada Pitham. Now lie on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold your ankles and lift your hips up. Gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the new pranayama, Murcha pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Hold your breath and then slowly exhale through the nose, maintaining the same throat lock. Visualize yourself as steady as a bridge as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next posture is Paryankasana. Now lie on your back and place your feet flat on the mat. Bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well as fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift the entire body up off the ground slowly as you visualize yourself as steady as a stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Suttanasana. Now lie on your back and move your knees to the chest, hands on your shoulders. Start to move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize you are a dog laying on its back.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणिज्य.
The next up is Viparita Karani. Now lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. Keep your elbows and hand extend the mat below, helping the balance of your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs around and around in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji entered in a space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनयेत् चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
The next is Viparita Karani too. Be in the same posture as you stop rotating your legs as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
The next posture is Langalasana. Now lay on your back, lift your hips, take your feet over your head, toes on the floor. Keep your hands stretched on the ground behind your back, palms clasped. Rest your neck on the shoulders as you visualize yourself as a plow.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
The next posture is Saita Paschimottanasana. Continue to lay on your back. Keep your legs over your head, toes pointed on the ground. Thighs to the chest. Hold your toes. Keep your arms and legs straight. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha, as this is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next posture is Supta Konasana. In the same position, spread your legs wide apart, hips over your shoulders. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha and visualize Swamiji enter in a space as you perform this asana.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणं अथापि च.
The next posture is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground. Hold your ankles, keeping your knees straight. Roll backwards onto your back, keep your elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra wheel as you perform this asana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनं चक्रासने गुल्मप्लीह वातरोगादिनाशनम्.
The next posture is Supta Prasarita Padangusthasana. Now lie on your back, keeping your legs in a vertical posture. Now hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Now open your legs wide as you visualize Swamiji enter in a space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next posture is Supta Padangusthasana. As you lie on your back with your legs extended, move your legs straight up. Now hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji enter in a space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next posture is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangusthasana, the previous posture, move your legs into the Padmasana. Lay on your back and hold onto your opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
The next posture is Parasaramasana. Now lay on your back in the Padmasana posture. Place backside of your right hand on the left palm. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform Ujjayi Pranayama, which is again gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making ocean-like sound internally. And then hold your breath and exhale. Visualize Lord Rama enter in a space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
The next posture is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back and your legs in the Padmasana posture, lift your hips up and legs. You can use your hips to support the floor.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Vrishikasana. Now lay on your back, place one foot at the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards the head, extend both arms up above your head and hook your fingers forward. Gaze to the third eye as we're going to perform the Mursha Pranayama. Inhale deeply through the nose, then lock your chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you perform this asana.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीर्षकेशकी संधि सुदाखे.
Again perform Vrikshasana under the side.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीर्षकेशकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next posture is Vrishabhadakshepasana. Now lie on your back and interlace your fingers around your neck. Lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight to the other knee to the chest. Alternating, extend this raised knee again and again as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिकन्द्रां बद्ध्वा कूर्पलो मिलित्वा.
The next posture is Marotanasana. Now lie on your back and lift your legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji entered inner space.
श्वोत्तानवत् स्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next posture is Brikhasana. While laying on your back, place soles of your feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
स उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Lothasana. Now lay on your back, quickly throw the legs up above your head. Complete rollover, finish in the prone position. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Swamiji entered inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
The next posture is Sarathasana. Now lie on your belly with your toes extended. Keep your hands on the ground by your shoulders. Now start to contract your lips, making sound like a flute whistling while inhaling. Engage Mulabandha as you visualize you carrying a warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भध्यस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टम्भ.
The next posture is Deha Lunganasana. Now place your palms on the mat in the plank position. Jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again as you feel yourself gone beyond body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय अथ नयेत्.
The next posture is Jhatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat and walk back and forth. Do this as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand with your knees bent and feet pointing outwards. Bend your elbows and keep your hands at the chest level. Start to swiftly move the arms across the body and then bring back to the center. Tilt your head back and open the chest up towards the sky. Move your head in all directions as you perform this asana. The next asana is Sarpasana. If you have a rope with you, quickly go ahead and tie your feet with the rope. Now stand straight without any movement. Keep your hands by the sides, hand touching your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling around and up your body. Perform Sahaja Pranayama as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
The next posture is Ushtrasadhanasana. While you are standing, place all the fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands, feet on the wrists. Begin to move and start to walk like a camel as you visualize yourself as a camel in this posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next posture is Ashwasana. While standing, place again all the fingers on the mat by your hands. This time, keep your feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk like a horse as you visualize yourself as a horse in this posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next posture is Kapota Nikatasana. Now stand straight with your feet together, interlace your hands behind the back and pull them down towards your calves. Open your chest up as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
The next up is Tala Pushpatam Karana. Now stand tall with your palms together in Namaskara Mantra. Gently bend the knees and keep your toes pointed outwards. Simultaneously open the palm up, raising one heel off the ground. Visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you're going to offer now. Next posture is Khadgasana. Now lay onto your stomach and jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. Bring your palms together, forming as Namaskara Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a rhinoceros.
कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Uttanottanam. Sit down all the way as slow as you can to the ground and then stand up. Do this again and again. If you have the weights with you, you can bring it along and perform it. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering in a space in this asana.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next posture is Musalasana. Stand up straight and raise the arms over your head and jump repeatedly. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेद् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
The next posture is Utshasika. From a standing position, pull the sole of your one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and then stand up. Alternate this on both sides as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji entering a space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
The next up is Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with your toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest. Keep your arms holding the knee with your hand pointing outwards close to the fist position. Allow the opposite hand hang down on the top of your thighs, wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of your body. The next asana is Tandavasana. If you have the weights with you, you can bring it along and perform it while this asana is going on. On one leg, extend the opposite forward, lower the body to the mat and then stand and straight. Stand up and be straight, lifting the raised leg to your opposite thigh. Engage Moola Bandha as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next posture is Brahmanasana. Now place your left foot on your opposite thighs and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Place your hands by the sides. Engage Moola Bandha and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. The next posture is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap your left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of your right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right and bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Engage Moola Bandha as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
कूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next posture is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on your right leg, left foot on the opposite thighs, hands relaxed by the knees as you visualize Swamiji entering in a space.
रक्षाङ्घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next posture is Durvasana. Now stand on your right leg. Hold your big toe of your left foot and straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on your standing leg as you visualize yourself as a North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
The next posture is Trivikramasana. Now stand on your right leg and lift your left foot behind the neck and then stand tall. Alternate this posture sitting and standing. Visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space, blessing as you engage in Moola Bandha.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
The next up is Parshijanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with your toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. The next posture is Tandavasana. On one leg, lower the body to the mat and then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thighs. Engage Moola Bandha as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva in this posture.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next posture is Brahmanasana. Now place your right foot on the inner left thigh and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Make sure your hands is by the side as you visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेद् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
The next posture is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap your right leg over and around your left knee. Tuck the right toe on the other side of your left calf. Simultaneously cross your right arm below the left and then bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next posture is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on your left leg. Place your right foot on the opposite thighs. Hands relaxed by the knees as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
रक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next posture is Dhruvasana. Now stand on your left leg, hold your big toe of your right foot and straighten out to the side. Now rotate your body quickly on your standing leg as you visualize yourself as a North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Trivikramasana. Now stand on your right leg and lift your left foot behind the neck and stand tall. Alternate this posture sitting and standing as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing within your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Then next up is Samanakakarana. Now stand with your feet close to the body and toes pointed slightly out. Keep both of your hands to the sides of your body. Now as you inhale and exhale and internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The next asana is Gorakanjali asana. Now stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees, making a finger lock. Sit in a squatting posture and then let the finger lock touch the navel. Engage Moola Bandha as you're going to perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, which is inhale through the nose and hold your breath. And then with the mental force, move your whole prana through all different areas of your body. And exhale slowly. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
प्रथमहि बौहोये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहो वे.
The next posture is Kanchasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and the calves and then wrap your arms around behind you. Squat down and hold your hands behind. Keep your chest upright as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्च्यासनं भवति.
The next posture is Bhairuvasana. Now bring the feet together and sit in a squatting posture. Make sure your heels is touching the perineum. Now hold the hands at the back and sit upright. Gaze at the navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दोबूपक की थल्या की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फनापानी उकड़मोड़ वैसे.
The next posture is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows close to the head. Palms joint over, facing it downward. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhale through the nose and hold your breath. And then as you feel the pranas moving across your whole body, and then exhale. Visualize Abho, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागतली की माहिली कोर मिलाजी फनापानी उकड़ वैसे.
The next posture is Tripitasana. Now keep your heels touching. Bring your hips to same level as your knees. Let the hands hang down, fingertips doesn't touch the toes or fingers in front of you. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji entering a space as you perform this asana.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next posture is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat with your fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of your arms, eyes forward and down, and slowly lift the feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
Vasana posture. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your feet. Let the heel come outside of your hips. Hands on the knees. It's
पादौ च गोपजेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
in your body from your Mooladhara to Sahasrara. Visualize. The next posture is Shivasana. If you have
दोवूपक जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्ज शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next posture is Sarpasana too. Now lie prone on your belly. Keep your hands by the hips. Extend your legs jointly and toes point outwards. Lift your chest to left.
घीकृत्य.
The next posture is Niralambhanasana. Now lie prone on your belly. Place your hands in Padmamudra, the lotus posture, holding your chin. Keep your legs straight, toes pointed together. Feel that you are self-supported and completely independent in this posture. We're going to perform the Sahaja Pranayama as we inhale deeply through the nose. Hold the breath comfortably, then exhale slowly.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः. मुखमुन्नमनुच्चाये निरालम्बनमासनं. निरालम्बनयोगी स्यान् निरालम्बनमासनं. निरालम्बनताध्यानं निरालम्बनमासनं.
The next posture is Chatrasana. Now lie onto your stomach and place your hands flat on the mat in front. Now straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring your feet towards your upper back. Lift up your head and your chest. Engage Mooladhara and see yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उन्नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
The next posture is Vajrasana. Now sit on your knees with your tops of your feet on the mat. Bring your buttocks on your heels Stretch your arms in front, palms facing down. Place your forehead on the mat. Engage Mula Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
The next posture is Meshasana. Now push your body up into Gajasana on your hands and your feet with your hips raised. Start alternating striking the ground with your hands. Engage Mula Bandha and experience yourself as powerful as a ram in this posture.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next posture is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift your legs onto the air, slowly bring the forehead to the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as an unborn existing for all eternity. While you're performing this asana, perform it to the best of your ability.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
The next posture is Dhanantarasana. Now sit on your heels with your legs together. Interlace your fingers around your toes. Pull your feet towards your perineum, then place your hands on top of your respective knees. Keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, gently restricting the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. And then hold your breath and then exhale. Visualize Swamiji entering a space as you perform this asana.
पूरब विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो फना शरा मोड़ी पगा की अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे.
The next posture is Angamottanam. Now interlace your fingers in front and then behind you. Stretch your arms forward to the sides and then backwards. Start to give massage to various different joints and muscles to your whole body. Engage and visualize Swamiji entering a space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्तनं भवति.
The next posture is Garudasana 4. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana position. Keep your feet turned out to the sides and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight and place your hands on top of your respective knees. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on your back.
जङ्घूरुभं पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु करिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
The next posture is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, toes pointed backwards. Keep your knees wide. Gaze to the third eye as you engage Mula Bandha. Visualize you are residing in a blissful space of a temple.
क्षीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
The next posture is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with your knees wide, feet overlapping on your ankles. Keep your hands under the knees, gaze to the tip of the nose. Now perform the Khechari Mudra, pressing the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Engage Dhyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next posture is Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place your perineum on your heels. Place your palms on the ground. Keep your fingers spread wide. Keep your thumbs touching and base of your hand touching the toes. Gaze to the tip of the nose and start to stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेल रघुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काठ हरावे नासा अग्र दृष्टि को ल्यावे.
The next posture is bis. Now sit on your toes and place your perineum on your heels. Separate the knees sideways and place it on the ground. Now we're going to perform the Bisraga Pranayama. Now place your right hand making a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth, close your lips. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Now inhale and exhale slowly as you visualize yourself as a Devi presiding over any and minuscule fears you have. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो उपगा की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फनो बान अपनी होई.
This posture is Makadasana. Now keep the soles together, top of your feet on the ground. Sit on your heels and bend your elbows. Bring your fingers to the armpits. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey in this posture.
दो पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी बिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने मूल द्वार एड्या पर हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
The next posture is Vajrasankharasana. Now stand on your toes, keep your soles of the feet together. Sit on your heels, keep your knees widen off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform again the Ujjayi Pranayama, gently restricting the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. And then hold your breath and exhale. Visualize you're embodying a diamond-like strength for yourself and for the Sangha, the spiritual community.
प्रथम फणा पाणी होय बैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी वैसे गोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े बाज पसारे धीर.
The next posture is Kanjanasana. Now keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind and sit on your heels. Place your palms on the mat by the sides. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are having perfect health beyond any and all physical, mental ailments. Internally continue to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
The next posture is Kurmasana. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum on back of your heels. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on your knees. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for 100.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
The next posture is Yogasana. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place in your perineum and back of your heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
The next posture is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your ankles behind. Keep your feet near opposite knees. Hold your calves with your fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze to the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha. Remember to continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama as we visualize we are in the space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with our Guru, Swamiji.
गोड़ा वामो उभौ होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दछी पाकड़ी पानी रहावे फनो वाम गोड़ा ढिगिल्यावे.
The next posture is Ustrasana too. In the kneeling position, Bend backward and hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. Push your hip forward and tilt your head back. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथिदाढ्य संबिबान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
The next posture is Jhatyasana. Now with your heels together and hands on your soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring your elbows down to the mat. Place back your weight on the mat. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Experience yourself as a lotus blooming in this posture.
दोबो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे फणा पानी उकड़ होए ऐसे बदे जो ऐसे.
Then expose Viratasana. Now sit on your knees with your thighs and calves together. Slowly lean back and touch your back to the ground and then rise up. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Do this again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal and subtle forms of your body happening. Engage Mula Bandha and internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जंगा पृष्ठिभूमौ निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
The next posture is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, right here, bring your forearms on the mat and then hold your back of your heels. Bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove as you perform this asana.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथिदाढ्य संबिबाद इषुप्पमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
The next posture is Varasana. Now stand upright on your knees with your toes tucked. Hold your arms with your opposite hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Remember, this is the boon fulfilling posture. You can receive any boon you want from Paramashiva. Visualize Paramashiva on your inner space as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति.
The next posture is Varahasana too. Now keep your knees together and toes tucked. Bring your elbows to the mat. Rest your hand on your hands. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a boar, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu in this posture.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य मस्थाप्य पार्श्वनितम्बे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् वराहासनं भवति.
Now kneel down and place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Place a forehead on the mat. You can use it supported with your holding with your hands. Walk your knees forward and lift your hips up and then raise your legs up. Be straight and be stable in this posture as you visualize yourself as a lobbed tree.
अधोमुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम् ऊर्ध्वमार्गे पदे दत्वा धारयेन्मारुतं सिद्धिः.
The next posture is Andhasana. Now kneel down and keep your head in between your knees. Elbows adjacent to your knees, hands holding your head. Now perform Sahaja Pranayama as we inhale deeply. Hold your breath comfortably, then exhale as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
प्रथम पगतली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे फनापानी उकड़कर बैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next posture is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can use the weights to intensify the practice of this posture. Now lie on your belly, keep your arms extend straight out. Lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a locust as you perform this asana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
The next posture is Kapalasana. Now lie on your belly, keep your arms by the sides, palms down, keep your forehead on the ground, keep your chest on the mat and lift your legs up together. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with your purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lie at your stomach and hands by the sides. Lift your legs up and over your head and slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head. Keep your palms flat on the mat behind. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a free and an open dove in this posture.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
The next posture is Chatakasana. Now sit on your knees and bring the chest down so the navel touches your knees. It's flat on the mat and forearms on the ground. Now perform the Sahaja Pranayama as we inhale deeply through the nose, hold your breath, then exhale. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत चटकासनं भवति.
Is Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs and bend your back to touch your feet on your head. Lift your chin and hold. You can perform this asana to your best of your ability. As we engage Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमां घृपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next posture is Vrishasana. Now place your heel. Keep your left foot outside of your hip, ankle to the side. Now place your hands on the mat as we're going to perform the new pranayama, Antaranga Pranayama, which is quickly and forcibly inhale through the nose. Hold your breath for a short while. Slowly release through the nostrils. Engage Mula Bandha as a visual as a bull.
याम्ये गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next posture is Lolasana. From a kneeling position, place your hands on the mat in front of you. Lift the knees off the ground and cross the toes of your left foot over to right. Get your balance above the mat as you continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji entering inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात् स्थिरवायुप्रसादेन स्थिरचेता भवेत् धृतम्.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now place your perineum down on your left heel. Keep your left foot outside of your hip, ankle to the sides. Place your hands on the mat resembling a bull. Again, Antaranga Pranayama, which is quickly and forcibly inhale through the nose. Hold your breath for a short while, then release. Visualize you are a bull as you perform this asana.
याम्ये गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next posture is Balagunasana. Now place your legs on the ground and sit on your heel of your left foot. Place a right foot flat on the ground with your knee raised towards your chest. And palms is placed on your respective knees. Maintain an upright position. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 Siddhas in your inner space.
Asana Koguna Jalabi.
The next posture is Grihasana. Now squat with your feet flat on the mat. Bring your elbows under your thighs and wrap your hands around your shins. Hold onto your ankles from the outside. Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as an entire planet and you perform this asana.
Padatale bhumau samstapya janu madhye kurparau stapya hastapesho dhritva.
The next posture is again Balaguna asana. Now place on and sit on your heel of your right foot. Place your left foot flat on the ground with your knee raised towards your chest. Keep your palms on your respective knees and maintain an upright position. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama, which is quickly and forcibly inhale through the nose and then hold it. Then slowly release through the nostrils as you visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 Siddhas in your inner space.
Asana Koguna Jalabika Rajayi.
The next posture is Utkatasana. Now squat on your toes with your heels up and knees off the mat. Place your perineum on your heels and hands on your respective knees. Keep your spine straight. You can use the weights to intensify the practice of this asana. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Yujas pijosti yat urvajano yatrasane padataladvayo pari.
The next posture is Vajrasanghara 2. Now sit on your toes with the perineum on your heels and soles together. Keep your knees widen off the ground. Now hold onto your opposite elbows behind your back. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji enter inner space.
Pratama Panapani hoye jaise dovu edi gudani vaise.
The next posture is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with your feet hip width apart. Now keep your hands under your soles of your feet from the inside, palms down, arms straight, elbows at the navel. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Visualize. Now place back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing towards your body. Step your
Padukasanam bhavati.
Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a rooster.
Hastadale bhumau gurtva
Forwards into the handstand position. Start to move around on two hands dancing. Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down.
Kunjarasanam uttamam.
Now put your respective ankles and lift the feet off the ground. Now sit with the heels of the print.
Dvayos subadayos panim latvas.
Lift the entire body off the ground and keep the chin up. Left toe with your left hand, index and middle fingers. Lean forward and down while extending is prana. Then the left leg by the side of your right knee.
Padapitham vajrasanam tat.
Out holding the foot with your left hand over top of your right shoulder. Bring your left arm. Mula Bandha and gaze through the third eye. Now place your right foot at the root of your left. Just inhale through the nose and then hold your breath. Posture is Kraunchasana. Now
Konam cha suptangushta prasarane.
towards the knee. Perform the Jiva Chalako. Outside of your hip, hold the sole of your left foot and lift.
Tarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane.
Inhale through the nose and then hold your breath.
Sina swastikam tat prachakshate.
Then Hindu order.
Janur vorantare padau.
Now bring your left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Meditate on the Lord Arihanta, the enlightened one. Visualize Swamiji Uranus up. Keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः
as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Just stay seated on the mat. Gaze through the tip of the nose. Perform the Kakacham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तुदो वो
Gaze through the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटा
Fingers behind in Parashamudra. Bring your forehead to the floor. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's. The next posture is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, again insert both the hands. Continue to Kumbhaka.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग पर बाई हिल्यावा.
Bend your head down. Tuck the chin to the chest as we perform Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize posture is Uttara Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands through the thighs and the calves. Now lay on your back and bend your elbows and hold onto your respective shoulders with your hands. Gaze to the third eye. Feel your body and mind to live for hundreds of years again. Engage Moola Bandha and continue to perform the Kakachanga Pranayama. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
The next posture is Pangu Kukkutasana. From Padmasana, again place both the hands through the gap of the thighs and the calves. Now place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift the body up and hold as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
The next posture is again Pangu Kukkutasana. Now perform Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य.
The next posture is Grudhasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers. Rest the chin on the knuckles. Press the thumb on the throat in Parshamudra. Engage Moola Bandha. Continue to perform the Kakachanga Pranayama, which is curling the tongue inside the mouth. Create a small gap as you hold your breath after this inhalation. Visualize you have gone all beyond all greeds and covetous in this posture. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्यहस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
The next posture is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards, keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, Moola Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji out here in a space as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
The next posture is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of your knees. Keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Moola Bandha. So visualize Paramashiva entering a space. Internally again chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
The next posture is Karmukasana 3. From Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, hook your right hand, index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra around your right toes. Now lift your elbow as if you're pulling a bow back and move your big toe around. Place your left hand on your respective knee and keep it straight. Repeat this on the other side. Engage Moola Bandha as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in this posture.
अथान्यासनमापक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
The next posture is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana posture, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra. Now inhale through your tongue straight in like an arrow. Engage all three bandhas as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Kakachunga Pranayama as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
Karmukasana udare purayet sukham.
The next posture is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmukasana 3. Lift the chest up. Gaze through the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize that you are action of Paramashiva's third eye. Anything which you come across, you destroy. Internally chanting the japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
The next posture is Nagrasana. From Karmukasana 3, keep your arms behind your back, holding your opposite big toes. Lay down onto your elbows, thighs and your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Inhale deeply through the nose and hold your breath as comfortable as possible, and then exhale as you visualize yourself as a snake in this posture.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दोवो हाथ पाछाने आने.
The next posture is Kandukasana. Now lie on your back and bend your knees and keep your feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest, head touching your knees. Engage Mula Bandha. Now squeeze. Visualize your whole body into the position of a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
The next posture is Urdhva Bhavanasana. Now lay on your back, keep your knees raised together. Keep your feet flat on the ground, hands interlocked under your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose. As you engage Mula Bandha, visualize Swamiji entering a space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
The next posture is Marakata Pithasana. Now lie on your back and bend your knees and keep your feet flat on the mat. Now place an upturned palms under your heels and lift your hips up. We're going to perform the Murcha Pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock your chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha. And then hold your breath and then slowly exhale through the nose, maintaining the same throat lock. Now visualize you are as powerful as an alpha ape as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
The next posture is Uttana Shikipithasana. Now lie supine and raise your hips. Support your hips with your hands placed at the waist, elbows bearing the weight of your body. Make sure your chin is pressed against the throat as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze through the tip of the nose. Breathe in the Murcha Pranayama as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
The next posture is Narakasana. Now lie supine and raise the hips and legs up. You can bring your hands to lower back for support if needed. Keep your elbows and hands extended in the mat below, helping the balance of your body as your legs are raised up. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Continue to perform Murcha Pranayama as you visualize you are blissfully traveling through the hill landscape.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रयेत्.
The next posture is Tiryasana, the previous posture. It's to lower back, right vertical posture, lower and angle them, keeping core engaged. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize you are a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
The next posture is Dvajasana. Now keep the upper back on the mat with your raised legs up in a vertical posture. Now keep your elbows, shoulder and hands remain on the mat below. Keep the legs in a vertical posture and hold. Now visualize you are the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवा पृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य
The next posture, the final posture of this sequence of the Dutiya Vinyasa Krama is Vrittasanam. Now lie supine and completely relax the whole body. Avoid any and all movement. Visualize your body is dead. Hinduism is liberating you. Perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra, where you see you're drawing up your Kundalini up along your spine, feeling your whole prana in your muscles, in your each and every single part of your body. Now internally, chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now slowly return back to your body. Start to move your toes, your fingers, your whole body. Feel that whole prana, the life energy entering into you. Rock your body side to side. As you come back to the comfortable seated position onto our yoga mats. Yes, congratulations that we have completed the full 308 asana sequence, directly blessed and guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, after this intense 3-hour practice of the yoga, we'll be having the power manifestation session, manifesting the power of third eye right after this yoga session. So make sure all the participants who are watching us live and across different Zoom rooms are joining us for this power manifestation sessions, seating, making sure our space is ready to receive Swamiji today. Let us all sit. Visualize Swamiji in our inner space, keeping our hands in Namaskara Mudra onto our heart center, as we're going to finish this session with the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you.
I bless you all. Let you all open powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
all the participants to quickly settle down. We'll be now entering into the power manifestation segment.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So quickly get ready. What the power manifestation kits? I would say IBAN, pen and paper, Krishna Shila, Jnananjana, Atmalinga, all the alchemy products which helps you in the entangling process and help you manifest the powers. So let's quickly get ready, and still few cameras are off, a few participants' cameras are off. Please turn your cameras and sit in front of the camera, so it will help acharyas as well for the power manifestation segment. So we'll be starting in few seconds. Request all the participants to quickly settle down. Thank you. Nithyanandam Paramashugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvadidam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamashadilaksham Egam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Shakshibhudam Bhavadidam Triguna Ragidam Sadguram Tam Namami. Yes. Nithyananda everyone, we welcome you all back to yet another day of Paramashivoham level 3, season 2. So it is a nice, wonderful yoga section. Hope everyone have enjoyed. I have seen many participants keep getting breakthroughs in the yoga sessions, the sense of like able to do more and more asanas, and perfectly all that is coming good, so it is nice. So yes, now let us enter into the power manifestation segments. All of us will be manifesting the power of third eye. So today, same pictures, but two pictures. It will be having today with that for manifestation. So I request all the participants to quickly settle down. Put your blindfolds ready. Now, let us sit straight. I will be projecting the images for you. Let us sit straight, head, neck, spine in a straight line. Make sure your blindfolds are proper. Intensely visualize Swamiji himself is sitting on your third eye, manifesting as Paramashiva. With that strong visualization, let us drop all the incompletions, everything, surrender everything to Him. Let Him manifest through you and manifest this power. So with that complete surrendered space, let us chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Sameepya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Voham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You can trim your eye bands. You can slowly open your eyes. Yes.
You just be available and just make sure that you are here, you're listening to the session, and you're here available for the session. That's all is needed. All the other things Swamiji will take care. Okay. So today, all the breakthroughs you want to manifest in all the relationships, here you're in the right place, right time, with the right person, in the right situation, with the right intention. So everything is in alignment. You just be available here. Leave the results to Swamiji and you will experience a breakthrough. By the end of the day today, you will see in all these relationships, you will experience suddenly a new depth in your life. It will not be the same as before. Okay, perfect. So now let's get started with our day, and we will be understanding today. We're going to be working on some of the main aspects of experiencing what is Paramashivoham. So the different things that we're going to be covering today is understanding about relationships, understanding about how the relationships manifest in our lives, and we are going to be most importantly understanding about how you can form a teamily and how you can awaken yourself to the space of completion with your friends, family members, your loved ones, near and dear ones. And we're going to be learning about whether relationships are patterns or is it possibilities, how you can complete with others, how you can experience true love and fulfilling relationships, completion with mother, living Advaita, and we're going to be understanding about the art of negotiation and oneness in relationships. These are all the different things that we're going to be understanding, that we're all going to be listening to today and learning. So get started.
Now let's begin our day with learning about Sameepya Mukti.
One thing you need to know, even people in Tapoloka to reach Kailasa, they have to come to planet Earth and go. Directly from no loka, you can reach Kailasa, enlightenment space. The Purana Jivan Mukti, Videha Mukti, Kailasa Padavi, Salokya Sameepya Sarupya Sayujya Mukti is only possible from planet Earth, Buloka. Not from Swargaloka, not from Tapoloka, not even from Satyaloka. Even Brahma, to reach Kailasa, has to come here, planet Earth, Buloka, and only from here he has to go to Kailasa. Because the pure consciousness mirroring is possible only in Buloka. That is the beauty of Buloka. Now let me expand on reality so that you will understand how the four principles can be used to make reality as you want. Let me define what is reality. This is a very important definition. Only when you experience this as your reality, you can experience Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. Listen. Not having any conflict internally and contradictions internally about what you want to experience as your inner world and outer world, and projecting it powerfully, so powerfully that there is no conflict between your projection and your experience, perception. No conflict, no contradiction. Because there is no conflict and contradiction inside what you want and outside what you are experiencing, feeling the non-duality, Advaita, is reality. First thing, inside itself you have so much of conflict and contradiction. What you really want inside you and outside you. What you really want inside you and outside you. That itself has so much of conflict. Second, because there is a conflict inside, what you project is not able to move the outside as you want. Because when you say you want money, one part of you already says, no. I will ask, but you don't give. Because of the conflict, contradictions, unconsciousness inside, what you project also has conflicts, contradictions, unconsciousness outside. Because of that, your perception of the outside world also has unconsciousness, conflicts and contradictions. This is what I call unreality. The confusion of dvandva, duality. First, you being clear within you how much of wealth you need, how much of responsibilities you need to take for it, what is the way you want to feel you, what is the way you want to project you to others, what all the ways others may perceive you. Having clarity and taking responsibility for all this. So inside you feeling completion, and please listen, the power of your inner completion will be so powerful, I tell you. The moment you project something out of completion, the whole world runs to fulfill it and serve you. You need to know a beautiful story from Prahlada's life. When Prahlada's dad was asking Prahlada, is your Narayana God in this pillar, in that pillar? Is he in this stone? Prahlada was about to raise his small finger. A child naturally takes little time to lift his hand and show which pillar my Narayana is there. I don't even know which finger he showed, or he would have shown. He may not even know how to fold the fingers and show one finger or anything. He must have shown even through face. That is the way kids show. Kids sometimes don't even know how to raise the hand and show. They just show the face. When Prahlada was about to mention the pillar, Narayana started running from Vaikuntha. Lakshmi asked, what happened? Why are you running so fast? What is there to be in so much of a hurry? Vishnu says, no, you don't know. Whatever pillar he shows, I have to enter into that pillar. Wherever he shows, I have to Occupy that place and come out. Listen. When a child is established in integrity, just for his hand movement or the direction he shows, God lands. Listen. Whole world moves as you want when you are established in integrity. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. Nachiketa is embodiment of authenticity. Dhruva is embodiment of responsibility. Markandeya is embodiment of enriching. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. He was in completion with all the karmas. Prarabdha akamya sanchita. That is why the direction he was turning his face are trying to show God lands there. Same way, if you are in completion with integrity, without conflict, contradiction, internally, whatever you project on the world is project for the cosmos. Whatever you project on the cosmos is a project for cosmos. Simply does it. Simply cosmos does it. When you are integrated and project on the outer world obeys you just like that. It obeys you just like that. Power of integrity. Please listen. Nothing is political in the planet Earth. Means nothing is accidental in the planet Earth. Everything runs with these four principles. How much ever you doubt, no. Some of the fellows who are head of the countries, statesmen, are they integrated? Are they authentic? Are they responsible? Are they enriching? How come they are having whatever they want? No. When you are in completion and project to the world, you see that becoming reality, and your inside is in completion, outside is in completion. When both are in completion, the experience of you and your life does not have any conflict or contradiction. That is what I call flow of Advaita. If you are established in the space of Advaita, even if the other guy tries to attack you, abuse you, his whole being will not cooperate with him to attack you. Simply, he will lose strength and fall into stupidity and foolishness, powerlessness, he will not be able to attack you. He will collapse before even he stares at you. The power of the space is such, I tell you, learn this science, practice this science, master this science, even if you have failed earlier. Can Swamiji define what is the space of Advaita? Means there are some ultimate truths. Everyone is extension of you. Whether you call us a Hitler or Bin Laden, Buddha or Mahadeva, please understand. Hitler or Bin Laden, Buddha or Mahadeva, Krishna or Kali, everyone is extension of you. You should be very clear why somebody is Buddha, somebody is Bin Laden. Let me make it very plain and simple, straight. So now you need to know which part of you is paining you, which part of you which is making you hate somebody. You should address that part and complete it. By completing with that part, you make the other person powerless. If he still holds on to the violence, please listen. Listen once more. For example, in the world, in fact level itself, there are violent people, terrorists, who attack, abuse, destroy. I am not saying what they are doing is right, but before you start defending you, before you start attacking back, your incompletion towards them, the my world's incompletion, complete it. When you complete it, please understand what I am giving you is a successful war strategy, because I have won many wars, I am going to be winning many wars. What I am saying, what I am telling you is not some spiritual philosophy. It is a successful war strategy. Look into you. Complete with the part of you which is responsible for your anger, your violence. Complete with that. You will see that guy, the world terrorist, loses all his power. He will become powerless. You entertaining anger towards him, which is in the my world, keeps his violence active and alive. The moment you complete with this, your enemy will no more be lion, he will become a rat. You just need a little rat poison. You don't need a gun and AK-47. Make the enemy powerless by making your enmity powerless. Sincerely, when you create the space of Advaita in you, means non-violence, no enmity. Again and again get back to that space, no enmity, non-violence. I am not even saying become friendly, that is up to you whether you want or not. But decide to be non-violent. no enmity. I tell you, the moment you complete with your enmity and drop it, your enemy will suddenly lose power. The cosmos will not support him anymore. The person who is not supported by the cosmos is like a fan which is not supported with electricity, power. It cannot run. If it was running, maybe it will take few seconds for it to stop once you switch off. But not more than that. I tell you, everywhere, Advaita has a direct utility value. Whether you are in a hospital for health, you are in a marketplace for wealth, you are in a court fighting a case, you are in a war field fighting some people, you are in a place of riot where you have to survive, you are facing the survival threat. Wherever you are, the space of Advaita has highest utility value. Just be brutally fanatic and practice Advaita. I am telling you. Whether you logically know the values of it, the side effects of it, or you need to take a little more time to learn the side effects of it, after effects of it, start practicing Advaita, the space of Advaita. I tell you, it will be amazing Kalpataru, giving constantly what you want, and amazing protection by making all your enemies stupid. By cherishing enmity, you will make yourself weak and make your enemies strong. By completing with enmity, you will make your enemy weak. And after that, you don't need to destroy him. And even if you destroy, you won't have sin. You may not even need, because he will die by his own powerlessness. Even if you want to destroy him, you may not need weapon. Understand? The space of Advaita is the best strategy planner, whatever situation you are in. The space of Advaita can be the best war strategy, political strategy, business strategy, economic strategy, health strategy, and the strategy for productivity, highest possible life. Whoever lives in the space of Advaita, even when you are directly facing your own death, is liberated. The moment you fall into Dvandva, your life is gone. You are gone, your life is gone. Whole thing is waste. Whether you are fighting with a disease, fighting with a pattern, fighting with poverty, fighting with disturbed relationships, fighting with terrorists fighting with society, fighting with anything, keep Advaita, the space of Advaita, as a strategy for your life. Please listen. Whole life is a business. Whole life is trading. You give something, receive something. Either you got more or you gave more, or you got and gave equally. Whatever is said and done, whole life is a business. Please understand, but the good news is, what you consider as you is the starting point. The best news is that can be just updated by the Advaita. Please understand, what you consider you is the position, trade position. If you consider you only dependent on your physical qualities, you only have depreciation asset. You only have depreciation value. But if you assess yourself based on the qualities you carry in your mind, it can be, you can be appreciation asset, means intelligence, your ability to handle any situation. How you perceive you, if it is just occupied, means your self-image, your identity about you, if it is occupied completely by your look, by your beauty, the physical dimension, please listen, you are making all your strategies and plans based on depreciation asset. More and more, as time passes, life will be hell for you. Kala will bring suffering for you. Please understand. Strategy which brings best things as Kala passes is eternal strategies. If your perception about you is all based on your beauty, you are having exponentially depreciation asset. You can manage few more years with various creams and cosmetic items, but it will continue to depreciate.
So beautifully, Swamiji explained to us on how to have Advaita as the strategy for our life. How one should have always oneness as the core strategy of our life. Every step of life, through every action in your life, every moment of your life, the space you carry in your life, the space you carry in every moment, let everything be from the context of Advaita, from the context of the space of non-duality. I request all of you to take a few and share what exactly you understood when Swamiji revealed it. What did you understand when Swamiji explained to us about the space of Advaita? Take a moment. I request all the participants to share. What did you click with? What did you understand? Mota Wong. Our relationship with everyone. I've always felt that nobody likes me. The relationship between perfection and everyone. Don't worry. Mota Wong. Can you please wave your hands? I'm just trying to identify where you are on the Zoom. Or if you're not on camera, please could you come on camera? Mota Wong. See, okay, I see your camera, I do not see you. See, don't worry about that right now. Even if you feel in your relationships, you feel so strongly that no, people don't like me. I feel very strongly in me that people do not like the way I am. Maybe they feel like this, maybe they feel like that. We have our own explanations, justifications for it. Right now, don't worry about all of it because you're going to attend to it step by step. This first session, are all of you understanding that oneness-based existence is the best strategy for life? So that's where we're going to start from. See, Swamiji explained, right? In every level, have the understanding that oneness-based strategy is the best. It is that space of Advaita that can help you plan your life, the experience that you carry in your life in the best possible way. Now, what does the space of Advaita mean? I request all of you, take a moment and post it here in the chat. What did you understand? We need to create more inner space to achieve oneness. Okay, the peace only enters and stays in the heart space and inner violence is put down. Okay. The inner world not having conflict, contradiction about what you want and projecting that, experiencing it without any conflict or contradiction in the outer world because there is no conflict or contradiction in the inner world. And between the inner world and outer world, experiencing non-duality, oneness as the flow of your very life is reality. Understand? It's something we all need to really, really understand. We always think, oh, I don't really understand how whatever I want is only happening for me, because it's not that I wished for all of these things. I never wished that I would have a relationship problem, but look, that's what I have. I never wished that I want to have a unhealthy body, but this is what I'm having. We think that how come that we have things we don't want? How come we have things that, you never wished for, right? Understand, life does not manifest what you desire. Life manifests what you believe. When what you want is also having a conflict, you have two desires and one desire is conflicting with another. When a desire is creating a conflict in you, or a cognition, a belief is creating a conflict within you, then that conflict is what is going to be manifesting as a reality for you. For example, you say that you want to stay fit, but you also have a strong desire to eat junk. You will love to eat junk food. I mean, the name itself is junk, but anyways, you enjoy it. So you see, there's a conflict inside of you. So when your want itself is not clear, how do you think, where exactly are you manifesting what you want as a reality? You have ability to blow a balloon. Whichever balloon you blow into, you have a Mickey Mouse shaped balloon, you blow into that, it becomes a huge Mickey Mouse shape. You have a heart shaped balloon, you blow into that, that becomes a big heart shaped balloon. Everything in your life, many things are there. Whatever you blow into, it's going to become big. That is going to take the full form. But the problem here is, we ourselves are not clear with what we want. We ourselves feel that inside of us is one desire. You feel like, no, I'm so sure I want it. But if you sit with yourself, you will understand how your own patterns are conflicting with that desire that you carry. The first and foremost, bringing oneness in your inside and your outside. How you carry yourself inside and how you carry yourself outside. What kind of desires you hold inside and how are you manifesting it outside. Same way. Let's say that you have a desire, you have a strong desire that people all should feel that, you're a very friendly person. You should be very likable, you should be very lovable, people should all love you, and that's the kind of reality you want to manifest. And at the same time, you're also jealous of your friend who you feel like, oh, she doesn't do anything, but how come she has all these things she's able to get? And then something wrong happens to her, you start cherishing a kind of a joy seeing her suffer. Be very subtle. But that again is a conflict. In every decision, what are you, like, it's a simple thing. You want to be a really loving person, but then you sometimes take a decision based on not oneness as a strategy, but something else as a strategy. A simple example. You want everyone to say you're a very sweet person. And the next moment, you're deciding what dress you want to wear for your office. And even when you make that decision, you think, oh, today she is going to be wearing this color dress. Let me go and show that I'm better than her. Even in a very subtle level, if you carry that as a cognition, as a strategy to make a decision, even though it may look like a simple decision, she may not even know that I'm deciding because of this. But even that, if the cognition is not oneness, you are only creating a conflicting, contradictory reality for yourself. In every level, even when you feel that this person is conspiring against me, Even that, look at it from the context of oneness is what Swamiji says. How many of you are understanding? How many of you are getting this? It's a very, very, very powerful technique for us to understand, or a click for us to have. How many of you are understanding this? Take a few minutes and cognize this deeply in you. Ma Shukrendraananda, I see a message of yours in Chinese. I request you to put it in English so that we understand. If that message is meant for us, please put it in English. Okay. See, oneness-based strategy for your relationships, for your whole life itself. Have oneness as the core cognition. Oneness means what you have is also what they have is also in us. Why they are reacting or responding to us, it's us. It's within us. Is that right? Ma Bhavani Viraya. Ma Bhavani, understand. See, that is one way. But you also have another powerful way, which is you can decide based on, okay, this is the cognition I'm carrying inside. From this cognition that I'm carrying inside, let me impact the reality. That's what we've learned as superdeterminism, right? If you cognize, if you understand, Swamiji is one of my favorite, what Swamiji says. So usually we say, put yourself in the other person's shoes, right? You would have heard this definitely, am I right? Ma Bhavani Viraya. I'm not seeing you on camera, sorry, could you wave your hand? Ma Bhavani. Just looking for you. Okay, listen carefully. See, understand. It's a very powerful thing to cognize. Good question you've asked, because that it shows that you're listening and you're asking the question. See, listen to this carefully. Now, many times you say that, put yourself in the other person's shoes, what struggles they would be going through. It's one level we see. Swamiji said, in every situation, look at what exactly would you be wanting when you are in that situation. That's the same thing the other person also wants. It's actually very powerful. These two statements, put yourself in other person's shoes, and this may sound similar, but both of these are completely different. Completely different. See, for example, you're saying that some will say, when your wife is coming in fighting with you, don't try or asking you some solution, don't ever try to advise her. Just give your listening. All she wants is only your listening and attention. She herself knows the solution. She herself will tell the solution also. See, many times The other person would just be wanting a comforting word from you. But they would be coming and maybe they're even screaming at you. But actually, what they want is just a comforting word. But what will we do? We will not respond to that. We will respond to, hey, how dare you come and shout at me? Are you understanding? The oneness-based relationships are where you know they are also your own reflection. If you are in that person's position, what exactly would you be expecting? Would you want to get shouted at? Or you just want that person to say, you know what, don't worry, I'll take care. It's something like that, right? What you actually would be wanting, looking at it from that cognition, it'll transform the way you relate with people completely. Completely. What exactly, whatever you want, that's the same thing the other person also wants. Diana's below has posted, the decisions need not be made until you know exactly what you want. Desire is not real. No. Your desire is your desire. More and more, see, first step, drop all the conflicts within you, contradictions within you. Bring oneness to that. Simultaneously, as you bring more and more oneness within you, in your relationship, operate from the space of oneness. Usually we think, why is this happening? Now, when you have heard Swamiji tell about being in oneness, they're your own reflection. At least I understood earlier. If something is manifesting for me in my external reality, then it is definitely coming from something that is there inside. Like I have had, this is multiple times I've experienced this powerful cognition that Swamiji said. Just by shifting the inner space, people's responses do get changed. That's one level. Next, even your operation mode, understanding what if you are in that position, what you want will be the exact same thing what the other person also wants. The moment you understand the secret, you will win in the game of relationship. And in addition to this, Ma Eli, are you understanding?
And also, in addition to this, Ma Bhavani Viraya, just to add to answer your question, Ma, every time, whenever we deal with life, right, in different situations that we operate in life, right, if you see the scale that we hold, like he said, Swamiji explains this for Jana loka also, which all of us will learn today. When we drop the violence inside of us, all of us carry an innate amount of violence inside of us, which comes out of insecurity, fear, or greed in different situations. Because from a very young age, society trains us, all our relationships, to be a transactional value. Like, for example, if I give something to her, what will I get back from her? All our relationships, all, even what we think as the most selfless relationship, is like that of a mother and a child, even that is filled with transactional value. If I give my love to him or her, I am expecting that person to give me back their love, security, protection. There's some transaction that is there. And always on both ends of the relationship, there's a certain level of insecurity of losing that trade-off, whatever we're having, whatever trade we are getting from them. We always have a fear of losing that transaction. So all the things that we do in life is from that insecurity. But if we shift the gears, Swamiji explains beautifully, if you are that person, how do you want to be treated when you are stuck in a problem? Treat life the same way. Then you will experience that all relationships, you start manifesting oneness. That is oneness in relationships. Where you experience, when Swamiji tells, right? Swamiji will always define oneness. Swamiji will say, experiencing you are an extension of people and everybody around you is an extension of you is oneness. Now, how do you apply that? How do you cognize that and apply that? Swamiji explains this is the exact way to do that. If you cognize, if I were you, let's say if I'm having a trouble with something, okay, or a person, a colleague of mine is having a trouble with something. If I were her, how will I expect people to deal with me? Then I should deal the same way with her. If you apply this principle in life, you will manifest oneness with everyone. Catching them? Mayili, are you understanding? Even this applies to you also. See, your desire. All of us need desire to live. Without desires, we can't live. But desires don't manifest. Your belief, what strengthens you, what empowers your beliefs, only that manifests as reality. You can desire, I should be the most loved person. Everyone has the desire. But those who believe that I am the most loved person only manifest that as reality. I am going to be the most loved person. And when you believe that, see, always belief comes with actions. So whenever you take that, when you believe and when you take actions from that belief inside of you, you manifest that as reality. That's the formula.
See, right now just understand this, because in the next session, Ely, Swamiji is going to be explained in detail in the next session. He has a next session where Swamiji will be elaborately explaining. Today's whole day is dedicated for this, so don't even worry. And you will see how powerfully you will understand this. One thing alone, get it. The space of oneness, meaning you are what everyone around you and you. All of us are from the same source, Paramashiva. And therefore, all of us, like everyone, is your own reflection. Life is a huge mirror. Whatever is happening in life is just a reflection of you. Many times you feel, oh God, why are people coming and cheating me? You will see, you may not have cheated here with that person, but somewhere in some other place, you would have had the same cunningness as your strategy. Life is just reflecting the same back to you in a different way. Maybe you would have not had that cunningness in terms of money, but life might be doing that with you with money. But you would have had that cunningness even as a simple ego conflict. It can be any way. Wherever you feel that you can, if you feel that, okay, I can manipulate this person, and you feel like manipulating, you have manipulated someone, in some other context, it might be very trivial. Then life will give you back the same thing in a different way. It might be in the same way or in a different way. But understand, the source of that is once again you. Cognizing that, understanding, internalizing this would liberate you from so many things, because every time something is happening like that to you outside, you have the power to change it from inside of you. Tell me one thing. My forehead is hurt. It's bleeding. I go and stand in front of the mirror. What will I see in the mirror? In the reflection also, I'll see my forehead bleeding. Am I right? Now, if I want to if I want the blood to stop, I go and start putting the band-aid on the mirror. I'm putting the ointment on the mirror. I put the medicine on the mirror. I put the band-aid on the mirror, and I'm trying to fix everything on the mirror. Will the bleeding stop? No. Where should I fix it? Here. I need to put it here. Same thing with life. You need to attend here. We all waste time attending on the mirror. Instead, it's time we attend here. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are getting this? The moment you start cognizing this, you will start understanding about how to operate from the space of oneness. Maili is supposed to be as anger and unsafe in my heart. Wonderful. See, now you've identified, right? You will see something that you have done is exactly the same type of people. Swami will actually say to anyone, like if a person is behaving in some way, like out of their patterns and all that, Swami will say, don't worry at all. Whatever you do right now, all the patterns is what you're operating. Your team will manifest with the exact same pattern. You will see each of them are going to be with the same patterns, ideas, everything that you carry. And that will be the best training for you. You will have not just one of you, you'll have 10 more people, just exact Xerox copies of you from different aspects. But if you understand that, if you take that, wow, that means you have the power. If you change inside, you can change it outside. That's what happened once in Gurukul. I was supposed to take a class. That morning, Swamiji had actually, in Ishavasya Upanishad, Swamiji explains this. Swamiji explains saying that how there's a verse in Ishavasya Upanishad where it explains about the qualities of consciousness. Tade jati tanne jati tadhure tadvantike, means it will say how the consciousness at the same time exists inside and outside. At the same time, it is the nearest and the farthest. You can't understand this logically. You need to contemplate on it. So Swamiji was talking about it in the satsang, and Swamiji told how this one statement really clicked with me, where Swamiji explained how there is no separation, actual separation between inside and outside. The separation itself is only a delusion that we carry. And if we change something inside, it will impact the outside. So it was like a really powerful cognition in me. And that day evening, I was supposed to take a class. And we had about like 100 children like in the Gurukul who had gathered for the class. I think 50 to 70 kids had gathered for the class. And there were of various age groups, they all were sitting. And all of them were making fun, jumping and playing. The intensity and the energy of the Gurukul kids is something else. And in Gurukul, we have this zero tolerance to anger, zero violence policy. Like, no one will shout at the kids. You cannot shout. You cannot hit the kids. You can't do. There's no anger. You can't even be angry at kids. Right? It's a golden childhood Swamiji has given to us. So this was the thing. And I'm like trying to get there, listening, and I need to start the class on time. I'm like telling everyone, hey, listen. Everyone are talking and playing and jumping, and they don't just do normal things. One person will be standing in Shirasasana, one more person will be like jumping and playing. It's like all kinds of things are happening. And I'm trying to get there listening. One of the Balasans told me, hey, why don't you just look in and get listening inside of you? Then I remembered what Swamiji told in the satsang that day. Then I just closed my eyes. I remembered just that morning in my class when my mentor came and she was trying to conduct the class, I didn't give my listening. So I declared completion with myself. I declared completion and I declared that, okay, I'm realigning. I will be listening. I just made that declaration and it took few seconds to actually like get listening inside me. And then I opened my eyes and I didn't tell a word. Few seconds. Suddenly the whole group became quiet. I couldn't believe it. Like I'm like, did someone just walk in like the principal or like the mentors? Did someone just come in and returning and looking? No one was there. And it was not that suddenly one group became quiet, then the other group. Like the entire group just became quiet and started listening. It was like a very, it It was very simple, but it gave me such a deep click. Wow. So if I actually get into listening, that means the other people will also be in listening. If something is not happening properly outside, I don't need to change them. You can't change the mirror. You just need to change yourself inside of you. Actually,
Many of you are asking, Ma, Diana Spiller was also asking. So every single relationship is under our control always? Yes, absolutely yes. See, there are two things, okay? One is actual factual reality. Absolute reality. That's why Swamiji explains this. It's like absolutely, I just love this completely. Like Swamiji tells, perception, fact, truth, and reality. You need to know right now, Ma Diana, as I am speaking to you, I am perceiving this reality in my own see. Means, based on my cognitions, my patterns, my judgments, I'm seeing everything. It can be like, for example, I have a certain cognition that, okay, conducting class is fun. Like interacting with people is lovely. I enjoy it. So I am seeing it with that context. Now, how life is occurring to me, how your question is occurring to me, you are not responsible for that. The cognition from which I am seeing is responsible. So if I like, it's like this, I'm wearing a purple glass and I'm seeing you. So you are going to be purple for me. Now, at the same time, you are wearing, let's say, yellow glass and you're seeing me. I'm going to appear yellow for you. You are responsible for the way I'm occurring to you in your life. Now, each of us are living in our perception. That world is perception. But in absolute reality, there is neither Nithyanandita, there is nor Ma Diana's below. All of us exist in oneness. That is absolute reality. You're understanding? There is something called fact. Fact is that Paramashivam is happening, a common reality which is for everyone, which is not subjective, which is more objective. For everyone, Paramashivam class is happening. But subjective experience, each one's experience is perception. So our perception evolves from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. You're understanding? So we are responsible for the perception we carry about every relationships in our life. We are responsible for it. Because all the perception that we carry from inside of us, that perception becomes fact, fact becomes truth, truth becomes reality. So every relationship in your life, we are responsible for creating it the way we have created. Ma Priyatma Surupni is asking, so when life gives us back what we did, will it also be in more intense way, Ma? Life will reflect the exact same thing back to us, what we did. Life will give back to us. That's why Swamiji tells, that is what is called as initiating the karma chakra.
But you also have another great news with that, which is the karma will come to you only as long as you're sitting there. To know more about this, you please make sure that you are here for the day of Bhikshadanamurti, the day when we all are going to be learning about karma. I know you have attended even the previous season. In this season, you have very unique section on this because Swamiji gave such a powerful cognition on this. Karma will come back to you as long as you're stuck with the same thought current. The moment you are liberated from that, that karma will not come back to you. That karma will no more touch you. You understood, Ma? Ma Priyatma Swarupini? Wonderful. So now, with this, let's move to the next session. We are going to be having the power manifestation session now. And joining us, we have Manitya Sambhavananda, who's going to be taking us through the power manifestation.
Now, let's enter into the power manifestation session. Starting today, the first with the power of mind reading, the power of clairvoyance. So, today's whole day, we're going to be working on understanding the nature of relationships and how to have successful, happy relationships in life. I think one of the most important aspects of that would be good communication, is what modern science says, modern day psychology, they say communication is very important. But Swamiji gives us the next level of that, which is the power of mind reading. Just by going in their space, by being in a person's space, with their permission, being able to scan what they are thinking. This is the power of mind reading. We'll be able to scan exactly what's in their mind, from an image to a word to a sentence to the very thought current from which they are functioning. That is how we manifest the power of mind reading. So, are we all ready for this? Now, we're going to see the whole thing is whether it's power manifestation, whether it's the intras, whether it's the jnanas, everything is completely interrelated. Whether it's the powerful cognition Swamiji is giving, and then the internalization, the process, whatever completions you're doing, that will manifest as a power. Ultimately, the whole power manifestation is the manifestation that will reflect in your life. The completion reflects as power manifestation, and it's the power manifestation that you see manifesting physically, changing the way you relate in your life. Now, for the power of clairvoyance, the power of clairvoyance that we're going to be entering into now The Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verse 86. ज्ञानन्य च प्रतिमन्तस्य त्रिकालविषयं भवेत् दूरश्रुति दूरदृष्टि स्वेच्छया खागतां व्रजेत्. Bhagavan Paramashiva says he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, and future time, has Durashruti, power to listen to anything at far off great distances, Duradrishti, power to have direct vision of anything, anywhere, Khagatam, the power to walk or move in air like a khaga, a flying bird, and the ability to speak on any unknown subject, omniscience. The Apta Pramana for this power is from the life of Sangasiddhar, who has shown this power physically demonstrated in his life. Even though he lived a regular life, married, had kids, he was an adept Siddha who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. There are many incidents from his life to demonstrate this power of clairvoyance. Couple of such is related to his boss, Simpson, who he was working for, a Britisher under whom he was working. So there was a time where one night he told Simpson, before Simpson went to bed, don't sleep in your room tonight, go sleep somewhere else, it's not safe, don't sleep in your room. But Simpson didn't listen to him. He was unaware of the greatness of Sangasiddhar, and he ignored and went and slept off. That night, Sangasiddhar came with another few men, and took the bed of Simpson out of the room and kept it somewhere else. As they were taking the bed out, just after he was settled in another place, the entire roof came collapsing down. The entire room collapsed. This is one demonstration of the power of Sangasiddhar. Swamiji himself has manifested this power in so many different ways. We will all even see how Swamiji just knows what is in your mind, what is ongoing with your life. And when he talks in the morning satsang, when he's talking, you'll feel that exactly he is talking to you and addressing you. So we will be doing the power of clairvoyance. Which is my power of mind reading. So can I request everyone to start with partnering up? You can choose a partner to start the manifestation with. So as we get into this first round, can I request all of you to partner up? We'll be doing in this word, scanning a word in this round, scanning a word that your partner is thinking of. So you can start with partnering up and asking your partner for first their consent to scan them. And in this first round, you're going to be scanning a word that they are thinking of. You can ask them to give you a certain word. Let them just think of the word. Let them not tell you what the word is. And you, through your third eye, through the power of clairvoyance, will scan and tell exactly what the word is that your partner is thinking of. So can I request everyone to partner up? If you do not have a partner, you can call your friends, you can call your family members. As you are doing the manifestation, you can start posting. Now, if there's anyone who does not have a partner, who's not able to get a partner, I will be thinking of some word, and all of you can scan that and find out what the word is. So right now, I'm going to be thinking of a particular word, and through your third eye, just scan, look, and as you're scanning, immediately start posting in the chat. So can I request everyone to start the manifestation? If you're not, please partner up, and or if you don't have a partner, call your friends. But if you're not able to get in touch with anybody and you're not able to find a partner, then you can manifest with me. Right now, I'm thinking of a word for all of us to do the manifestation. As you're scanning, you can immediately start posting it in the chat. Okay? Let's all intensely do the power manifestation. Ma Alexandra, my name is Ma Nitya Shambhavananda. So you've asked is Ma Nitya Sham, you've spelled out my name and you're asking it. It's Shambhava. So Shambhava. So that's the correct spelling of my name. Maena Schmidt. If you're not able to get a partner, Ma, right now I'm thinking of a word. Through your third eye, you can scan my mind. Yes, Ma Alexandra, that is right. You can post in the chat as you're scanning. Whatever is appearing, you can immediately start posting in the chat. Can we have everybody start posting the answers? Whatever Paramashiva is revealing to you, you can immediately start posting and sharing whatever Paramashiva revealed to you as the word that I am thinking of now. Yes, we have more people posting. Let's have more people post. What's the word that I'm holding in my inner space now for all of us to scan? Okay, let's now verify the answer. If there's anyone left to post in the chat, please post. Whatever Paramashiva showed you in your third eye is the word that I was thinking of. The word that I was thinking of is the word photon. So the scientific term, the physics term, photon, P-H-O-T-O-N, photon. Ma Joyce Leong Tok Ting, Ma Joyce, you have posted it exactly right. You said light. The photon is actually the carrier boson of light as per modern science. So light is exactly right. That's awesome, Ma. Let's see, what have the others posted? Ma Ratnaprabha saw a bulb. That's so beautiful, Ma. Bulb is a source of photons. It's a source of light.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, we request all the participants to post. Whomsoever has manifested, please post in the chat. Every one of you, as you are manifesting, come on, Ma Priyatma Swarupini and Ma Hongli Wong. Can I request every one of you to post? How many of you have manifested? Even if it is just you're seeing some shapes, some patterns, anything is fine.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Post, describe everything in detail to your partner. Tell them clearly what you're exactly seeing. And please understand, even if you just see his random words or visuals, describe that also detailedly to the partner.
Yeah, I see Ma Hongli Wang has posted that Ma Priyatma Surupini manifested. That's awesome. And if you're seeing anything, see, it's not defined how it has to appear. Swamiji says, keep the goal defined, but the way the goal manifests, let Paramashiva decide that. So when you have decided, yes, I'm going to manifest, now anything else that is coming up, let it be as Paramashiva wants. So whether you're hearing it as a voice in your head, as a sound, or else you're feeling it as a feeling, you're seeing it, shapes, colors, numbers, anything you're able to see, you can immediately post it and verify. Now we're going to be moving on to the next session. But before that, I would like to ask everyone, how was the manifestation for you? There's very few people who have posted. Only one person has posted. Can we have everyone else also post? Ma Sonia, Ma Liangshu, how did the manifestation happen for you, Ma? I saw you both also manifesting very sincerely. Ma Pinyu Chen, Ma Emily, can you post? How did the manifestation happen for you? Did you manifest? What did you manifest? What were you able to see? Can you all have everyone post? Okay, Ma Sonia is saying I scanned yours. Yes, Ma, you manifested? Ma Sonia Rao, did you manifest, Ma? That's awesome, Ma Sonia, you manifested. That's so beautiful. You saw a big yellow round thing like a photon. Many people saw round, I think, and many people saw the color. So the word I was thinking of was photon, and I think so many people saw the bright yellow, bright light, round shape. Ma Jenny Tran has said she saw a round shape. Yes, generally photons are projected like a small ball. Anyone else, whatever manifestations have manifested, happened, you can share. Ma Sonia Rao, sometimes that happens. Sometimes I've also seen many people, many balacents, many kids, when they're manifesting, they'll be reading the book of the person next to them. So, like when they're doing the third eye reading, there'll be two kids sitting next to each other and doing the third eye reading. And I've seen this happen so many times where the partner will not be reading the book in front of her. She'll be reading the book which is in the hands of the person next to her, and she would think that she's reading her own book. So no issues, ma. It's such a beautiful manifestation. You have manifested. When you see it and it happens, just celebrate, ma. The manifestation has happened. Now we're going to be entering into the next powerful cognitions from Swamiji. Understanding more and more detail and deeper into relationships, are we seeing relationship as a pattern, as the same incidents happening over and over again, the same kind of interactions happening over and over again? Or else, is relationship being seen as a possibility, as a constant expansion, constant growing up together? Let's now hear about this from Swamiji.
Husband sent a text to his wife at night. Hi, I'll get late. Please try and wash all my dirty clothes and make sure you prepare my favorite dish before I return for dinner. He sent another text, and I forgot to tell you that I got an increase in my salary at the end of this month. I'm getting you a new car. She immediately texts back, oh my God, really? Husband replied, no, just I wanted to make sure you got my first message. Husband texts to wife on cell, hey, what are you doing, darling? Wife, I am dying. Husband jumps with joy, but types, sweetheart, how can I live without you? Wife texts back, you idiot, I am dyeing my hair. Husband, blood the English language. Boss hangs a poster in the office. I am the boss, do not forget. He goes to lunch and comes back from lunch break. He finds a slip on his desk. Your wife called and she wants her poster back home. Understand, relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation. Pattern or possibility, it can lead you to more and more space of possibility. The first and foremost fundamental relationship that exists for you is the relationship between your pattern and your possibility. Please understand. Listen, I am not talking about with whom you relate, with what you relate. I am not talking about your relationship with your husband, wife, brother, sister, father, mother. I am not talking even about all that. I am talking about from which space you start relating. I tell you, if you relate from the space of possibility, even if you live with a large family, you are a great sannyasi, enlightened being. If you relate based on the patterns, even if you are living alone, you are bound, patta, fallen, grihastha. Understand? Grihastha or sannyasi, bound or liberated is no way connected to the number of people you live with or relate with. It connects with the space from which you operate. If you see every human being as a possibility, for that you also should see you as a possibility. Understand? When you see you as possibility, you will see everyone as a possibility. When you see everyone as a possibility, life, wherever you may be living, whatever you may be doing, you will be living with Vijaya Lakshmi. Means the Lakshmi of victory. Don't say my neighbor house is Vijaya Lakshmi. My neighbor name is Vijaya Lakshmi. When I said the word Vijaya Lakshmi, I meant the Lord, the deity of victory, the goddess of victory. Please understand. How you see you, how you see others, how you see you and how you see others. All relationships you experience in your life can only from two space, two frames. One, listen. Please listen, because I am giving you the punch statements for your life. One, inside the frame and perception given by your pattern. Inside the frame and perception given by your possibility. When you are able to see people as possibility, you will have tremendous patience. You will wait, and go on reminding. I am nothing but a reminder. I am nothing but a reminder. When you see the possibilities, I can say in a way, eternal reminder. When I see the possibilities, please understand, when I see the possibilities, your cognition starts functioning based on compassion. I tell you, please understand, even if you feel suffocating, imprisoned, live with a person who sees your possibility. Even if you feel free, liberated, don't live with people who see you only from pattern. I am defining real freedom and real bondage. Living with a person who sees your possibility, who sees yourself as a possibility, who has seen his possibility and who sees you as possibility, even life around him, with him, feels like suffocating or bondage, live with him. The fourth principle, enriching, can empower you in the zone of relationships. If you are feeling powerless in your relationships, be very clear, you will be powerless with the relationship with yourself. Relationship with yourself and relationship with others both happen from the same space. In the relationship with the others, if you are feeling powerless, you will have the same powerlessness in the relationship with you. Relationship with you, if you are feeling powerful, complete. Relationship with others, you will feel same powerful completeness. Enriching. How this principle is going to heal your relationship with you and your relationship with others. Make you feel powerful with regards to relationship with others and relationship with you. Enriching, the principle of enriching, how it can be used to make yourself powerful in the zone of relationship with you and relationship with others. You have only two possibilities. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with you, authenticity with you, responsibility about you, enriching yourself. Listen, I ask you to bring these three qualities in you as a first priority. That does not mean I am asking you to do only this. You have to be doing it simultaneously with you and others also. Only then it happens in you. When you bring completion to you, relationship with you starts. Enriching yourself starts. If you don't have confidence, you can look at you, you can be with you, you are comfortable with you, you can raise yourself by yourself. Who can be with you? Who else can look at you? Who else will be comfortable with you? I tell you, in the cosmic constitution, the first amendment is you should be taught to be comfortable with you. That is your first amendment right. Man should be comfortable with himself. You should be able to be comfortable with you. That is the first amendment in cosmic constitution. Freedom of speech comes second. You have freedom to speak with others only if you have freedom to speak with you. If you decide strongly, usually the conscious birth being does not want to get in, will not get in to the unconscious, but life gives you the possibility of everything. All possibilities are given to you, are provided to you. So understand the possibility exists in life. That is why it is called life. Every time when you are living, the possibility for all the dimensions are open to you, available to you, and waiting for you.
The next question is from Mary Bernard. Nithyanandam Swamiji, you have already spoken of the destructiveness of suicide. Some states and countries allow patients who are suffering with a terminal illness to practice assisted death. It is strictly regulated. Usually the family gathers around the patient and some kind of painless lethal injection is given as per the patient's wishes and instruction. Could you comment on this?
Cosmos does not agree this mercy killing. As Mahadeva already read out, it will be considered either suicide or murder. If the patient agrees, it will be considered as suicide. The patient does not agree, it will be considered as murder. But all the people who help and make this happen will be treated for murder in the cosmic law.
The next question is from Sudarshini Madan. Dear Swamiji, why there is so much of fear on death? How did the relationships emerged to be an important thing in our life?
Anything you don't understand, don't want to understand, does not have the brain capacity to understand, fear surrounds it. Unknown is always fear for any living being. Now understand Mahadeva himself, the source of the creation, the source of the existence, source of the eternity, is revealing these great truths again and again and again. Listen to these great truths, chant these great truths. This will liberate you from the fear. When your cognizance is based on these great truths, cosmic secrets, you will be free from the fear. The fear is nothing but the projection of negativity on the future possibility. It is not necessary you need to continuously project negativity or positivity on the future possibility. Simply seeing the future possibility without projecting negativity or positivity onto it is living prarabdha. So the fear comes into your system only when you project your fear, your negativity on the future possibilities. Negativities, the negative ideas does not need to be projected on the future possibility. Relationships gives you the feeling it is very important in the life, because through every relationship you try to have extended life. While you are living, whatever your body and mind cannot do for your interests and pleasure, you try to fulfill through the body and minds of your relationships. And same way, whatever they cannot fulfill through their body and mind, they are trying to fulfill through your body and mind. So mutually each other helping to fulfill the other's interests through body and minds of each other is relationships. If both of you understand the interests of each other and ready to support each other's fulfillment, it is called successful relationship. There comes love, compassion, sacrifice and spiritual growth. But if both of them are not understanding the real agendas of others, interests of others, continue the relationship, maybe because one person has hidden interests, hidden agendas which he does not want to reveal it to the other, or which he himself is not aware. When this kind of situations arise, relationship breaks or relationships continue to exist with being exploited, with exploitation. These kind of relationships lead to the worst grave sin of keeping the other person as slave. Whenever the slavery happens, cosmos strongly condemns it. So no slavery is allowed in the cosmos. Cosmos is strictly against slavery because slavery is equivalent to the murder of partial time. In slavery, even if the other person has their body and mind, it is equivalent to they are killed, they are murdered, because that body and mind is not useful to that person anymore. So, relationship with an open, mutual interest should be encouraged, and it supports both the beings to evolve towards the fulfillment and finally the understanding how many bodies and minds you may use to fulfill your interests, that your interests are not going to lead you to your restful awareness. So that understanding may help you to renounce all the interests and even your own body and mind and settle down in restful awareness. So this understanding will naturally be leading you towards enlightenment. Going smoothly towards that understanding will be happening through the right understanding relationships. The relationships with the mood of exploiting other person with a hidden agenda without you revealing it to the other person about your interests, or you yourself may not knowing it by yourself, will lead to more and more destruction, depression. If the relationships continues, it will be the sin of slavery. If it breaks, it will be giving you a great divide, depression, feeling of emptiness. So the science of relationship is trying to have more body and minds to fulfill your interests, and trying to give the other person also your body and mind to fulfill his interests. As long as it is mutual, it is with a deep understanding, it should be encouraged, supported and blessed. Relationships with deep understanding with each other is equivalent to the conscious birth. Relationships without mutual understanding but still not broken is equivalent to unconscious life. Relationships without mutual understanding, broken is equivalent to death. All unconscious life will be afraid of death and end in death. Same way, all relationships which does not have mutual understanding will constantly have fear of being broken. Finally, it will break and bring tremendous suffering to both the persons who are involved in it. Understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind, it's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. Unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them wait for some more time. They say, no, Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision, let's see.
Every relationship in our life that we have, right? It gives us two possibilities. Every relationship. It can either expand you, empower you, or it can push you again and again down into the same rut of patterns, make you feel bound. Relationship can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation, which is possibility. How many of you have experienced where in certain relationships, sometimes you feel like it becomes beyond a certain point, it actually becomes suffocating for you? How many of you have experienced such relationships? Can I request you all to post in the chat? How many of you have experienced such relationship where it is okay, you feel it is good, but after a certain point in time, it becomes like a bondage for you. You feel like stuck with it. You start feeling suffocated with it. You start feeling like, oh my God, I didn't sign up for this. And I think now it's becoming little too much. And Now I have to fulfill that same love. What you initially enjoyed as love will suddenly become like, oh, maybe the other person is trying to control me so much. What you initially enjoyed as protection or care, it will just become like the other person is too possessive of you. Beyond a certain point, many of our relationships start fading away. How many of you have experienced it? Okay, yes, yes, yes. I'm seeing so many people, yes. My Ratna Prabha saying with joint family, my experience. Okay, listen very carefully. All relationships in our life, right? It is like each of us carry a template. And Swamiji will tell beautifully. From far, it'll all look so green, colorful, and beautiful. Like, have you all seen when you're all flying in the flight, right? From far, it'll look like all green, very nice, and it's so beautiful. All the lands will look just completely green. But right when you get down, you will see so many. It's not green as we see green. There's so much of there's brown and there's a lot of place and there's roads and everything that's there. It is not necessarily as beautiful as you see in an aerial view. Same way, when we all see a person, right? When we all, let's say, you meet a person, you get into a relationship. Initially, it is always like an aerial view, all green, all beautiful. The other person does everything for you. You do everything for the other person. But at some point, that starts fading away. When you get closer and closer and closer, you realize that the person you are seeing is not really the person you are seeing. Swamiji tells every marriage has 4 people, not 2 people. Wife, wife's perception of the husband, husband, and husband's perception of the wife. Every marriage has these 4 relationships. You are not marrying your husband. You're marrying your husband's perception, your perception about your husband. And your husband is not marrying you. He is marrying his perception about you. And after marriage, what happens? That starts fading. When you start living completely together, that starts fading. That is why today people are struggling so much in relationships. There's just one simple fight is leading to a divorce. But Swamiji brings a very, very important perspective. Is it to do with something from the outside? No. Because it is not that the other person in front of you is also going through the same struggle as you. Every relationship gives you 2 ways you can look at it. You can look at it as a pattern, which means you will be stuck in the same rut that you are in, or you can look at it as a possibility. Means you can have a fresh start each time with it. Many times, because of your preconceived patterns, because you have decided to be stuck with certain things, you decide to get stuck with that. Because you have decided to be stuck, what happens naturally? The whole cycle of the patterns, you get stuck with that. You don't even explore. I'll ask you all another question, okay? How many times when you are going to speak, let's say you had a fight or not even a fight, a small altercation, and you're going back to your spouse or your friend, before you go and speak to them, you will already have a script running in your head. You will say, okay, if he asks this, then I'll tell this. If he tells this, I'll tell this. If this is what is the thing, I'll tell this. How many of you have like that? How many of you do like that? Whenever you're going for a conversation, you already have a certain thing that you prepare in your head, and then only you go and try speaking that to the other person. I see many of you nodding your head. Yes, yes, nicely. Okay. All of us do that. Every one of us do that. Listen very carefully. All of us do that because you don't see the relationship first. You see the pattern. You judge everyone based on a pattern. Based on people's past behavior, you have a perception about them. And every time you see a relationship as a pattern, that person is going to continue behaving the same way to you. If you think, oh, this person I know him. Even if he knows that I genuinely mean sorry, that person is not going to agree. But anyways, I have to go and ask. And I know this person is not this thing. It's not like he's perfect. So you already have that judgment inside of you, and you go and speak to that person outside. What will they do? Naturally, life is going to reflect your cognitions. So they will reflect the same thing. And what do? You say, look, this is exactly what I told. I know this is what that person is going to do. Every relationship leads you to bondage because of this.
I just want to share a small incident that happened. Once Akbar and Birbal were walking on the street. Akbar was the Mughal king, and Birbal was his enlightened minister. You will definitely come across Akbar Birbal stories because Birbal's intelligence and the amazing spontaneity he had, you'd have heard a lot of stories. So this is one incident where they both are walking down the street, and Akbar sees a carpenter, and he says, I don't know why, Birbal. I don't even know that guy, but I feel so angry just to see him. I feel like I want to almost kill him. He says that and goes away. And 1 week later, again they pass by the same street. And this time, though, the king is seeing the carpenter and he says, I don't know why, Birbal, but I feel like I just want to shower him more. And I want to give more and more to this guy. And he asks, can you explain to me what's happening? Just the last week I felt so angry at this guy, and this week I'm feeling like I want to give him, shower him with more and more. Why do I feel like that? That time Birbal explained. Actually, last time when you said that you were angry at him, I went and spoke to the carpenter after our walk. And the carpenter said that he was going through a tough time. The moment he saw the king is walking past him, he thought, oh, how great it would be if the king dies, because they will buy more sandalwood from me and my business could go well. And that day itself, Birbal actually purchased a lot of sandalwood from the carpenter and made puja items for him. So the next time when he saw the king pass by, the carpenter thought to himself, let the king live long and let him keep buying more and more from me. Just the thought in the carpenter was able to influence the mind of the king. Understand, that's how powerful our thoughts are. That's how powerful what we hold in our inner space is. How many times you've noticed, sometimes right after the darshan, like when you feel so loving and you enjoy that space of darshan, it automatically, even though your family or your friends were not really sitting with you in the darshan, they would also be sometimes suddenly reflecting that space. It's again because your thoughts have that power to impact and influence. Understand, that is why the kind of cognitions you carry, Swamiji will say, usually if someone sneezes, you try to cover your nose, you try to stay away just so that you don't get infected. Swamiji says, thoughts are way more infectious than even flu. Understand, that's the power, and whenever you are established more and more in the space of oneness, you would start noticing how these thoughts in you can influence and impact your very reality.
Each relationship of your life, you need to go back and visit. Where all in those relationships have you judged it as a pattern? And where all have you seen it as a possibility? See, many times there are these parasite patterns that sit inside of us, based on which we judge things, based on which we judge relationships, based on which we carry our perceptions, and we go and we try to do things based on that. Now, revisit all your relationships in life. Which all do you see as pattern? Which all do you see as possibility? Take a few minutes and pen down. all the perceptions and judgments that you carry inside your inner space in each of these relationships. And please understand, as much as you carry these judgments inside your inner space, what starts happening is you start constantly creating these as patterns inside of you by yourself. And soon as that, what starts happening is you start living with those patterns. So understand, you are actually not living with the person, you are living with the perception that you carry about that person. All the struggles in your life are because of that. Because we are not living with the person, we are living with the perception we carry about that person. Are you all catching it? If you understand this, then you will not have to struggle, you will not have to every time go into the same rut of trying to say, oh, I want someone to be the way I want others to do this, others to do that. Every moment of your life, you are living as your conscious creation. Life is occurring to you the way you create it. Someone else is not designing, someone else is not controlling. The remote control is in your hands. Whichever button you click, that is the result you will see. Yes. Okay. Now, with this, let us all enter into the power manifestation session. In this round, I request every one of you, you're all going to be manifesting the space of completion with another person and being able to see what exactly the other person is thinking about. Listen very carefully. Whenever you're in the space of completion with other person, you will be able to know what exactly another person is thinking without him or her having to even say it to you. So now what you're going to be doing is, I request every one of you here to connect to one of the partners. Okay? You're all going to be pairing up with one person. Can I request every one of you to take a few minutes and pair up? And all those who are watching us on YouTube as well, please take a few minutes and you all can pair up with another person. Now, what you're going to be doing is, the other person is going to be writing down any word. Like, for example, I may think of a tamarind tree, or I may think of a banana, or I may think of a rabbit. Write down anything that you want. Just write it down, and you're going to be visualizing and having your partner scan you. And if you're not having a partner here, you call up someone and have them visualize something and you scan them. Okay, shall we all get started? Please sit straight. Now, chant the Mahavakya. Connect to a partner and please start manifesting.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavakya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest.
With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Please relax. Now, we're all going to be entering into a very, very, very important session. See, we now learned about whether relationships are pattern or are they possibilities. We learned about how you can navigate through relationships by seeing them as possibility, not as pattern. Now we're going to be entering into one of the most important subjects to understand about how relationships are not patterns, they are possibility, and how you manifest that possibility, the completion in your daily life. We're now going to be listening to how you can manifest completion with others in this session. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Once Ganesha and Subramanya, both of them have decided to have a challenge that who will quickly go around the world 3 times. Subramanya, as you all aware, has his own flight, peacock. He just sat on his peacock, started flying. Crossing the continents, crossing the oceans, hills, once, twice, thrice. He completed and came back. He saw this Ganesha, heavy guy. His vehicle is a rat. But this fellow claims he won the game by going around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. He says, I won the game. I went around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. With this rat, what else can be done? Yanayai eliyiluttu kondu povum adisayam. Tamil I described, the rat is dragging the elephant. What will happen? That much is the capacity. But finally, Ganesha declares, I won the game. I went around the Shiva and Parvati 3 times. Subramanya asks, how can that be? Very beautifully Ganesha says, you went round your world, I went round my world. Understand, you went around your world, I went around my world. You went around your world, I went around my world. You need to catch this truth. The world, my world. This is the sacred secret. The world is binary, logical, arithmetic, scientific, universal. My world is emotional, based on faith, beliefs, experiences of individual perceptions, realization of individual identity's expression in its fullest form. My world is totally different from the world. When my world is completely in tune with the world, you are a Jivan Mukta. When there is no conflict between my world and the world, please understand, people who are always going around the world are caught in agitation, anger, stress, rajas. People who are completely caught in my world sometimes can miss the world. Here, Ganesha is successful not just because he was centered on my world, he was centered on my world which was in tune with the world. He was completely experiencing my world, the Ganesha's my world and the world is one and the same. Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. Understand? Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. I'll give you a clear picture. How ordinarily people are caught between my world and the world and start preferring between these two, someone. When you start preferring the world, your whole life ends in depression. You are drained in my world. When you start preferring my world, sometime you can lose your balance and get into some fantasies and whims and fancies. My world should expand and grow and completely should be in tune with the world. Ganesha is my world. And the world. Both are in tune because Mahadeva, Shiva, and Devi. Please understand, Shiva and Devi are really the world, and Ganesha also experienced Shiva and Devi as my world. Please understand, they were really cosmos, and he is also experienced them as cosmos. So the my world and the world has fallen in tune as the experience of Ganesha. So he going around Shiva and Devi is literally going around the world. Even though he said he went around my world, in his case the my world is the world. Usually human beings who give preference only for the world become extraordinary materialists but end up in spiritual poverty. Spiritual poverty, depression, utter depression. Same way, people who prefer only my world sometimes end up in hallucinations without falling in tune with the world. Understand, the world can't be rejected as you think. Misunderstandings about the world should be rejected. For example, fire is the world. Your fears and misunderstandings about fire should be rejected, not fire itself. You can't reject it. Its existence cannot be denied. Maya is the ideas which are not in tune with the world, but you are carrying about the world or Maya. Maya is the illusory ideas you carry about the world, not the world itself. When you carry the right idea, when you understand the right ideas about the world, you will realize the world is made of the same stuff in which my world is made. Understand? I am giving a new twist. First statement I am making. The fire, earth, water, air, space itself cannot be denied. Your wrong concept about it is Maya. But when your wrong concepts about it is removed, it loses the identity which you are thinking it is having. One example. The fire. You have fear about fire. That fear is called Maya. But fire itself is not Maya. When the fear is completely lost in you, when you are in tune, suddenly you realize what stuff is a base material for you, same stuff is base material for that. You are in tune already. You can play with it, conquer it, go beyond it. Catch it if you can. It's one of the very, very, very subtlest truths. The discrepancy between my world and the world in ideological level is conflict. Discrepancy between my world and the world in practical level is poverty and failure. The discrepancy between the my world and the world in the emotional level is depression. The discrepancy between my world and the world in the conscious level is illusion. Next, Subramanyas. Muruga. First, he goes around the world. As usual, when you go around the world, you will get into an intense rajas. In that extraordinary rajas, when you claim the victory, he comes back to see already somebody has won the game. It is like, we have a very beautiful story about Bharata, in whose name the whole Bharat is named. He suddenly felt he should conquer the whole world and conquers, reaches the peak of the Meru hills, which is mythological basically in Hindu tradition, to establish his flag. When he goes there, suddenly he finds 10 million flags are there. Means before him 10 million people have conquered the world. All their flags are there. He felt, oh God, where did I land? Then Brahma appears and says, oh my son, do not think you are the first one to conquer the world. Before you, millions of Bharatas have come. Millions of conquerors have come. All of them have conquered this world and claimed it is theirs, it is theirs, it is theirs. For this period, you are claiming it is yours, that's all. Then Bharata realizes, wow, that realization, click, makes him go for doing tapasya. And in that tapas, he becomes enlightened. How to be in tune with the world and my world. The balancing of the world and my world happens. Please understand, if you don't balance the world and my world, even if you conquer, it will be suppression of the world, it will get back to you as tsunami. The materialistic civilization is conquering the world without balancing my world, which is leading to all ecological imbalances, all natural calamities. Here, just like Bharata, Muruga comes back after going around 3 times the world, sees Ganesha sitting contently, radiating, and that gives Muruga initiation. Click. So he goes to a private place, Palani, stays there and does tapas, by becoming a sadhu. He becomes a sadhu, leaves everything, goes there and establishes himself in my world. When he is in tune with the world and my world, in the tapas in Palani, he becomes enlightened and starts radiating enlightenment to the world. Understand? The world and my world. You need to understand the whole story in right angle. Don't think he went and stood there in anger and Avai came and sang some songs and then he went away back to Shivan. It is a cinematic version. Exactly this is what has happened. Subramanya, when he sees just the success in the world is not the ultimate, you need to balance, understand, tune with my world and the world, then conquer, then go beyond. Without in tune, any effort to conquer the world leads to great chaos in the world and my world. The restlessness in my world, natural calamities in the world. Extraordinary restlessness in my world reflects as natural calamities in the world. Understand? All the civilizations which is suffering with extraordinary attention to the world without balancing my world are suffering with too much of natural calamities. If you study, you will understand this truth. Natural calamity means the whole civilization is too much about the world. The balancing of my world is not happening. History should be in tune with mythology. Logic should be in tune with emotion. Facts should be in tune with truth. Binary should be in tune with zero. Understand? The binary logic, linear movement should be in tune with circular movement, logic based on zero. The Indian rishis were able to discover zero just because they were able to understand the secret connection between the world and my world. Only a person who can comprehend the deepest secrets of the world and my world can comprehend the power of zero. Zero cannot be mathematically understood. It is just a theory. If you want to experience zero, you need to make the world and my world in tune. Tuning my world into the world is the samyama you are expected to do to fall in tune with the elements, fall in tune with the nature by Patanjali. I think this is a very sharp truth, very sharp concept. If you just understand this one story, Ganesha going around and Subramanya going around, you will see, are you going around the world or my world? Are you too much centered on my world or the world? Second, is your my world is really in tune with the world? Is your my world is complete right experience of the world, and the concept you carry about the world in my world, are they your beliefs or experiences? If Ganesha was just believing Shiva and Devi is his world, he wouldn't have won the game. Not only Shiva and Devi should be the world, Ganesha should be experiencing it. Listen, completion with yourself is more like a spiritual practice. It is with completion with others, the life itself starts. Listen, it is from the completion with others, life starts. The completion with others, I can say, this was the greatest contribution of Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda's greatest contribution to Hinduism. He brought this idea of completion with others to the front. Completion with others is a spiritual quality, that's all. It is necessary for enlightenment. Unfortunately, we always got the idea, if you have incompletion with others, run away to the higher planes where less people are there. No, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. Completion with others is the basic necessity, the basic quality you need for enlightenment. Understand? People sometimes ask me, how do I know whether I am suppressing or completing? If you are able to be in the space of completion with others, you are completing inside you with you also. If you are not able to be in the space of completion with others, then inside you are not completing with yourself, you are only suppressing. So the scale to find whether you are completing or suppressing, completing or brooding over, completing or waiting for a chance to take revenge. I have seen many people. In the name of completion, now I am completing, but I am not going to keep quiet. I will wait for time. When my time comes, I will tell you what to do. I will do what needs to be done. Completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Mahadeva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for the life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I have put Devi along with Mahadeva. I have not put Devi as a separate deity. Listen, completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister. The human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seat, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life, or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything. I am deciding to drop, and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. Deciding, I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen, see the difference. Now when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, bus bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first, you need to be prepared.
Did all of you catch the exact signs that Swamiji revealed? All of you understood? Completion with others. See, one of the most important truths is what Swamiji explained towards the end. Completion with others is not you calling and saying, oh, I'm sorry, I feel so bad for what I did to you. And, I'm sorry, even if you're right or wrong, I am sorry about it. No, completion is not that. Can I request every one of you here, Ma Alexandra, Ma Ratna Prabha, and all the others, can I request every one of you here to define what do you understand as completion and post that in the chat, please. Can I request all the participants here to please post it in the chat? What do you understand as completion? Please take a few minutes and post it in the chat. I request every one of you take a few minutes. Type out what exactly do you understand? See, there is two things Swamiji explained. Something called the world and something called my world. So, Ma Alexandra has posted Ma Nitya. Okay, my name is Nithyanandita. So it's okay. Anyways, so completion is when I do not repeat the same pattern. Only if the pattern does not get awakened in my behavior and thought, it can be called as complete. Beautiful. Ma Ratna Prabha has posted our belief between my world and the world. My world is emotional. Okay, very nice. Mahedi Shlak has posted any relationship that we create out of incompletion can never lead us to incompletion. Beautiful. And the others, every one of you, come on, can I request all of you to post? What did you understand as completion in others? Okay, Ma Liangshu has posted, it means I don't have conflicts with others anymore. Ma Prithvi Prasad has posted, to drop the control of the past on the present and future, to let go by initiating completeness is not equivalent to apologizing. Beautiful. Others, come on, everyone. Okay, Ma Prematavasi has posted, dropping hurting pattern with regarding to ourselves and others is completion. The projection of one's own internal pattern towards external cognition is completion. Very beautiful, Ma Nitya Naresha. Okay, that's all. How about the male bodies team? Can I request all of you also to post? What did you understand as completion? Adam Pereira has posted, in the space of complete power, never getting into powerlessness, okay? And Gettys has posted, drop powerlessness is what is completion, okay? Closing the old cycles, that is completion, okay? Now, each of you have given different understandings. Listen to this very carefully. Swamiji explained a truth called the world and my world. For me, at this moment, for Ma Prithvi Prasad or Ma Hiranmayi or Ma Liangshu, for all of us, there is one reality, correct? The fact. The fact is that there is a class, okay? The class is happening and I am conducting, all of you are listening to it. This is facts, right? Now, in my world, I may perceive this. Let's say I'm having someone ask some question which is maybe causing some incompletion in me or triggering some memory inside me. Now, the way I perceive the same situation will be from my world's perception. See, whether I am sitting here in this class or Ma Dona is listening or Ma Prithvi Prasad is listening or Ma Sheriga was listening, all of us are listening. The class is happening is fact. But each of us have a certain perception attached to this fact. I perceive this same class in my world based on my patterns, my emotions. So there is one called life, as it happens, the fact. The second, our understanding of the world. The world, this program is happening. But my world, each of us have our my world. Madonna might be experiencing the same situation in a different way. I might be experiencing the same situation in a different way. Ma Prithvi Prasad might be experiencing the same situation in a completely different way. Now, each of us have different perceptions of the same fact. So, my experience, the way life is occurring to me right now at this point in time, is my world. How life is occurring as it is the world. Are you all catching the difference? Getting it? I'll give you all another example, okay? Let's say when you were young, you were a small child and playing in rain, enjoying yourself in rain, and your mom calls you once, you don't come in. She calls you the second time, you still don't move in. Third time she calls you, you don't get in. Fourth time, she says, enough is enough, you'll catch cold. She comes out of the house and gives you a tight slap, and she drags you back inside the house and she locks the door. Listen very carefully. This is very important to understand. Here, the world is what? You were playing. Your mom called you a few times. You didn't come inside. She said you will catch cold. You still didn't come inside. So she came out, slapped you, dragged you back inside the house. But when we have that extra layer, the background music of our emotions added to it, as that young child, you will not have any understanding in your brain that, she's doing it out of concern. At that moment, when your brain is filled with emotions, how does the brain perceive the situation? Oh my God, my mother came and she took all my joy away. She does not want me to be happy. She does not want me to enjoy. So she stopped me, she slapped me, and she took me back inside the house. Now, this my world cognition, where you feel life does not, at that point, you feel my mother never wants me to enjoy. She wants to restrict me. That cognition is formed inside of you. Let's say a few months pass by and you grow up a little bit, you're more matured now. You understand, hey, after all, because I didn't listen, she had to take me. Good that she took me. Out of her concern only, she wanted to stop me. But this feeling that life wants to take away my joy becomes very deeply inbuilt inside of you. So what happens after mom? Next, you go to school. You will ask your teacher to go for some cultural, and the teacher will say, no, you can't go now, you have to study. What experience you had with your mom, that pattern gets triggered again. So you feel like, God, my teacher does not want me to enjoy. She's always restricting me. Next, some time passes by, you just understand it's okay, it's normal, it's their choice. But sometime later, in your high school, your friends, you want to do something, but all of your friends say, no, if you want to be with us, you cannot do that. And immediately you project the same incompletion. You feel like your friends are restricting you. Your friends are not allowing you to enjoy. You feel controlled by them. So mom changed, teacher changed, now friends. But the cognition, the way reality occurred to you did not change. Notice that. Next, you go to your, let's say, your boyfriend or girlfriend. So he or she tells you that, no, I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to go to this place. I don't want you to go with these people. Again, you feel controlled. The exact same incompletion that you had with when your mom stopped you from playing in rain again reflects here. And you feel like, oh God, my friends don't want me. My girlfriend does not want me to enjoy. She's so possessive. My boyfriend is so controlling. After some time, when you marry, it gets even more stronger. Then when you go to work, you project the same thing even in your boss. Feel your boss is controlling you. So listen very carefully. Who is controlling changes? The faces change, but the space, the way life occurs to you does not change. How many of you are catching it? How many of you are understanding? Now, that experience you have each time, that is your my world. The person is the world. The situations is the world. But the way that situation occurs to you each time is my world. Now, the tricky part is here. Most of us are stuck to the my world's understanding of the world, because of which all problems occur. I'm not saying people are always right. People could be wrong. You might have had injustice done to you. But carrying that incompletion and projecting that incompletion to everything on life is wrong. You might have been cheated by people. People would have abused you. People would have disrespected you. People would exploited you, or people don't listen to you. All things could have happened. I'm not saying yes or no to it. But the suffering you carry because of that, you are responsible. Why is that suffering inside of you? You are responsible for that. Catching it? Are all of you getting it? If any of you have any questions, please go ahead and ask. Your pattern, Ma Naresha, you caught it right way. You had put, right? Projecting your patterns to the outer world is incompletion. Understand, your pattern, what hurt, what pain you're carrying, the people changed. Your mom caused a certain incompletion in you, but she is not responsible for that. You created that incompletion inside you. But what happened? You went on projecting that on you projected that on your mom, you projected that on your teacher, you projected that on your friends, you projected that on your fiance, you projected that on your boss. Now, 40 years will pass by, 50 years will pass, 60 years will pass, but you will still be stuck as that same 7-year-old child who felt controlled by life forever. 60 years of your life would have passed, but you would have still been stuck as that same 7-year-old child who feels life is controlling you. Now, who is responsible? You cannot say, come on, all these people are responsible to cause this situation in me. No, that same situation for another person could have been a different experience, but you chose to carry that experience. Even if people did something worst to you, even if you went through physical abuse, sexual abuse when you were young, understand, all these sit inside of you as wounds. I am not saying that the person who did it to you is not responsible, but the wound, the suffering you carry because of it, inside you, inside your inner space, sitting in you, is responsible for the reality. Life will keep occurring to you. It is like this. If I have a pus wound, right? And if I keep touching the pus wound each time, it is going to hurt, correct? It is going to pain. But is a solution for me to simply cover the pus wound? No, it's only going to grow worse. Yes, it's like saying, oh, okay, I'm covering the pus wound. See, I'm putting layers and layers and layers of plasters on it. It's still not healing. It will not heal. You need to treat it. Same way, all of us carry these incompletions inside of us, which is what is the my world cognition of us. This picture aptly describes the my world and the world experience. Just see here. Now, if you see here, this is a pakka description. Of course, here it describes the media, but anyways, here, your cognition, the way you receive, process, or interpret and respond to any information entering into your system, you cognize with your extra layer of, let's say, extra layer of like background music, everything added to it based on your past experiences. That is my world. The larger picture, the world, cut, edited, completely changed, and written is my world. Now, every single time you are stuck with this my world and the world, you are going to be constantly juggling in this same cycle. Listen very carefully. You might have had a very beautiful relationship with someone, or you might have had a very bitter relationship with someone, but both ways, as long as the incompletion sits inside of you, you are responsible to complete it. Listen very carefully. Let's do an assignment, okay? You're going to write, see, the world is that situation as it is. Have you all seen movies? When you see these dance videos or movies without dialogues, without music, the same horror movie, if you see without background music, you will not feel the fear as much as you see with the sound effects. It'll sound a little funny for you sometimes. But the same thing, when you see it with the sound effects, it'll add so much of tension, suspense, everything inside you. Same way, life, when you don't add the situation of life with the background music of your past incompletions, your life will be unclutched. But all of us, every one of us, add a background music. Have you all experienced this when you watch a movie, right? And you will see this hero will go through so much in his life and he'll struggle and finally he will succeed. By the time you watch that movie, automatically inside you, you will become the hero. You will attach a villain character in your life. You'll attach a comedian character in your life. You'll attach a heroine in your life. The journey of that hero is lived through by you. But this is what we do in all relationships. You see life not exactly as it is. You add that extra dosage of background music, effects, everything, and you experience life. That is what is my world. Let's do an exercise to understand this. Now, I request every one of you, take a few minutes, pen down, take any 3 relationships in your life, any 3 people, okay? Go back in life and describe the incident when you started judging, having incompletion against that person. It can be your mother, father, brother, sister, spouse, friend, anyone. Write down. When was the first time you started having that incompletion with them? For example, you feel your father is very controlling, or you feel your spouse is very insecure, or you feel your colleague is very demanding. Now listen very carefully. You're going to go back to the first time when you felt that that person was demanding, or when you felt that the person was insecure, when you felt that the person was controlling. Write down what actually happened. I'm not saying making them look good is what actually happened. Your mom slapping you is your mom slapping you. I'm not saying, Putto, your mom did not slap you. But write down as it happened. What they said, did, which is the world, and how you experienced it, which is the my world. Pen down. With all the 3 people, pen down. I request every one of you to write this down. It's a very, very important exercise. Please write it down. Yes. So have all of you finished writing? Yes. Have all of you finished writing, please? Okay, beautiful. Now, this first step that all of you wrote down is my world and the thee world. Now, listen very carefully. The first thing you're going to do now, before you complete others, the 3 relationships that you've written down, you're first going to invoke that relationship in Swamiji's Atma Murti and complete with the Atma Murti. Verbally, you're going to talk to the Atma Murti. Okay? Listen very carefully. What does that mean? What does it mean to complete? First thing, you have to take responsibility for everything happening around you. You have to cognize that you are the source of everything. Completion with others does not mean you're going to apologize, but completion is thinking I am deciding to drop the hurting pattern in my life and not giving it again to people. Just deciding completion, what you are going to do. Listen, whom should you complete with? If you are remembering someone 3 times a day, they are a part of you. They are a part of your life frame. Whether it is your joy, pain, everything is dependent on them. And all of them, it can be your spouse, it can be your boss, it can be your colleague, it can be anyone. Whoever you think as part of your life, whoever you remember more than 3 times a day, you're going to be completing with them. See, unfortunately, you are never in touch with the actual happening of your life. Because for you, your perception of the happening is actual happening. But actually, there's an happening. The relationships shaped by your cognitions is responsible for the way you relate with life and people of your life. Your cognition makes or breaks your relationship. It is not the person. It is not the person outside of you. It is your cognition about the person. Madonna is asking, question, same words can be expressed with different attitudes or energies. Is the attitude or energy I felt my word or the thee word? Listen, Ma, I could have, let's say I go and someone beats me. Example. Okay. So I'm going and telling something to someone and they're beating me. Now, I am not saying that them beating me is my perception. No. I'm not saying that. Factually, someone is beating me. They got angry and they're beating me. Correct. But I have a my world perception about the whole situation. Life is torturing me. Nobody's there for me. When someone beats me, immediately there's the layers of thoughts that comes inside me. Oh, nobody's there to support me. Nobody loves me. Nobody cares for me. Life does not like me. That extra perception that you carry, that is my world. See, I'm not saying what attitude people are saying. It's not about judging or analyzing people, Ma. Understand, though whatever people may tell, there is a perception that you carry about it. That has to change. That addressing and changing, working on that my world's perception is what we are doing now. See, listen very carefully. All of you listen. Even the relationships that you're completing with, even if your husband, let's say, hit you physically and you went through that whole trauma, we are not saying that what he did is right, but there is a certain background music and extra layer of incompletions you've infused over that incident, which you need to complete. You might not be the reason for it, but you are responsible for the incompletion. Swamiji will tell very beautifully, you are not the reason for someone to come and affect you, but you are responsible for the suffering you're carrying inside of you. You are the only one who can heal that suffering, and you're the only one who should heal that suffering. If someone else from outside can give you suffering or give you joy, that means they can take back that joy anytime they want. That is not fact. That is not the truth. You are the one who chooses to suffer. The situation might be bad, but the suffering is your responsibility. Now listen very carefully. You're going to go in front of the Atma Murti, and with all the three relationships that you have written down, you're going to be verbally speaking to the Atma Murti, literally sharing your incompletion with Atma Murti. Like as if you're verbally speaking to the Atma Murti. You're going to be actually like speaking. You're going to invoke that relationship. So let's go to the Atma Murti, listen very carefully. Do not directly speak to that person now. We will tell you when to speak. First, go to the Atma Murti. Verbally, don't mentally talk. Verbally talk to the Atma Murti. Say, see, I had this incompletion with you. And this is what I felt. Understand, when you do this completion with Atma Murti and with the mirror, all the first layer, that anger, everything will went out. Then when you go and complete with the person, by then you will become little settled. So it's very, very important. You're going to do 2 steps now. You're going to go to the Atma Murti and you're going to be reading out the whole incompletions and completing with Atma Murti. Next, you're going to be going to a mirror, sitting in front of the mirror, and you're going to be completing with the mirror. Having the mirror, you're going to be completing. I request every one of you to start this step. Please do this very, very sincerely. Each of the step is very important and pivotal for your completion. So please make sure you're all doing it sincerely. Do not call the others right now. We will tell you when to call. Now, if you have finished this step, let us all enter into the next step of this process. Now, as each of you are writing down, if you have finished speaking to the Atma Murti, and if you have finished completing with the mirror, even once for now, if you relive in the interest of time, that is good enough, so that in the next step you can continue further whenever you have more time. Okay, listen very carefully. Now is the most important step of all. You are now going to call the person that you want to complete with. Call them. You're going to complete with them. Understand? Like I said, we are not the reason for the incompletion, but we are responsible. They are not the reason. See, they are not the ones to be blamed. We are responsible for the incompletion. So you're not going to be blaming someone. You're not going to be calling and telling, because of you only I had this, because of you only I'm suffering like this. You're not going to be blaming anyone for anything. Start with simple introduction. Say, I'm doing a meditation program where I'm supposed to heal and complete myself. I understand that all this has happened in our life. Now I realize I am only responsible. Whatever happens outside, you don't need to feel hurt. You are responsible. See, listen, purpose of the completion is not just healing relationships. Your whole energy, your whole consciousness is different. Please understand that. What happened was not wrong. What happened was not wrong. What is happening is right. Completion is right. Past is not wrong. You're not going to be blaming or complaining. You're going to be completing and dropping that in your inner space. Listen very carefully. Call your friends. You're going to be genuinely completing with them. So my Priyatma Swarupini is asking, so what we are perceiving from an incident, we should imbibe and believe it. We should unclutch from that perception, right, Ma? Yes. See, unclutching from that perception happens only when you complete it. See, many times some incompletions are so deep in us, we feel so justified. How can this person do this to me? How can this person put me through suffering? Only when we complete it, even we will realize and come out of it. So you're now going to be revisiting all of those situations and you're going to be completing. Call your friends and complete with them. Tell them genuinely you want to complete with them. You realize, and this is what you have been carrying inside of you, and you're going to be completing with them. Write down. Please call and complete. You need to do it with the understanding that they are not the reason. You are responsible for whatever the situation that is happening outside. Yes, please relax. Now, we're all going to be entering into a very, very beautiful session. Understanding how true love and fulfilling relationships is your birthright. Let us listen to the revelations now.
Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is yen motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love. You always show the soft things as the symbol of love because you know only pseudo love. Understand? We always show only the bird feeding the baby bird as the symbol of love, action of love. A rose flower we show as symbol of love. But we never show a banyan tree root, the hanging root, as a symbol of love, or a lion with a lion cub as a symbol of love, because we know only superficial, pseudo love. Please listen. The core source material is love. Love is Paramashiva. The source material of Paramashiva, the source happening of Paramashiva, the core happening of the cosmos, cause, karana, karya, result, action. The source material, mulya of the karana and karya, Paramashiva, Param, that core is the pure love. Understand? This whole universe is nothing but multiple versions of that core love, that's all. Whether it is the planet Earth, sun, moon, you, the best of your life and worst of your life, best of your perception and worst of your perception, best of your experience, worst of your experience, all are different versions of love. When I utter the word love you, understand you are absolutely loved and protected and safe. Especially if you resonate and feel connected with that word love, when I say love you, I tell you. This extraordinary grounding Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me with his tremendous love made me extremely integrated and very grounded. Listen. Not being grounded is one of the worst suffering modern day humanity is facing. That is why so much of revolt, anger against everything. It's not that people are angry with some political system, economical system, religious system. Everywhere I am seeing people are angry about everything because one of the important thing the modern day humanity is missing is teaching the children to be grounded. Understand? Only after I grew up, I feel grateful to my gurus. The way they grounded me with my integrity. Whether yoga or puja or the right powerful cognitions, the way they grounded me, something extraordinary. I can see same my age boys who grew up in Tiruvannamalai. The difference, the only difference is Arunagiri Yogeshwara grounded me. The extraordinary love and integrity. I tell you, it is not that because he showered love, he did not integrate me. It's not love of spoiling. The modern day parents, when they can't spend time with you, when they can't groom you, train you, be around you, they just give you gifts in the name of love. You also equate gifts to love and love to gifts. This whole habit of gifts is an absolute stupidity. It's a cunning way parents cheat the kids. When you can't spend time with them, groom them, integrate them, in the name of gifts, cheating them. I tell you. I'll really have to tell you. Understand? My gurus gave me love which made me integrated. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important sacred secret. Going to make a very important statement. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important statement. Love of the Master enters into you, completes you, fulfills you, and turns back as love for the Master and enlightens you. Listen. Love of the Master enters into you, fulfills you, completes you, turns around and flows as love for the Master and liberates you. Blessed are those who taste love of the Master. Whether it is a benign look
benevolent look or a serious look of a surgeon? When a surgeon looks at the tumor, remember, he looks at the tumor, not you. Unfortunately, when I look at the tumor, to terrorize the tumor, you mistake, I am looking at you. Understand, decide clearly to hate what master hates, to love what master loves. In every one of you, there is a part master loves. Love that part, cherish that part, nourish that part, entertain that part, enrich that part, that will enlighten you. In every one of you, there is one part master hates. Hate that, destroy it, complete it, drop it. That will be a great liberation for you. So I wanted every one of you to be very clear. The truths I am sharing with you is directly from the inner space of Mahadeva. Please understand, research and development and perfection of these great truths, the way they are lived, the way they are transmitted, the way they are contemplated, the way they are listened, this perfection, the research and development and the perfection has happened in a great loving space of Mahadeva. In the love of the Master, all these teachings become part of your very bioenergy. Love of the Master is from the space of bioenergy, pure Kundalini Shakti, unpolluted. So naturally that awakens your Kundalini Shakti, your core opens up. The story of Bhatmapada, one of the great disciples of Adi Shankaracharya, proves clearly, just by the feeling connection with him, feeling connection to Adi Shankara, he has mastered the nature. He was so powerfully in tune with the nature. He was so beautifully in sync with the nature. You may not know the story. There was a great disciple of Adi Shankara who is not that intellectually capable, but highly devoted, dedicated, integrated to the Master, integrated to his disciplehood. One day he went to wash the clothes of the Master to the other banks of the river. He was washing there. Some of the other disciples of Shankara were discussing and they were making fun of Bhatmapada. What is this? This fellow is all the time washing the clothes and cleaning. Did he come here to become a laundryman? If he is not learning any scriptures and not studying, contemplating, when is he going to get enlightened, master the nature, Prakriti, life? Shankara was just laughing. He may be little less capable in intellectual way, but he is an amazing, intelligent being who is doing what needs to be done first, who is putting first things first. Shankara wanted to show this to other disciples. So he just sits up and calls from where he is, Batmapada, please come. Actually, he uses the word first time Batmapada. Earlier his name was different. He just calls his disciple. The moment master called, the disciple forgot everything. He just starts walking on the river. On the river, oh God, now I have to protect him. When somebody is in such a deep space of trust with the whole cosmos, master is a representation of the whole cosmos. I cannot allow him to suffer, I cannot let him down. So the river just makes lotus flowers and holds his feet wherever he puts his feet. Please understand, lotus will never happen in the river because river is flowing water. It happens only in ponds, stable water. But here, river produces the lotus and holds his feet when he walks and makes him cross the river. Usually, people will be anxious when they cross the river. Maybe first time, a river would have been anxious when a person is crossing the river. That she has to safely reaching the other side. Because every step is held by a lotus. He was called Batmapada. Shankara demonstrates to all his disciples the need for the loving space for the transmission of the Advaitic truth to happen, because your birth itself has happened when you denied the self, Advaita. Something that deep which is able to make you assume a human body and broken mind can't be transcended unless you trust somebody more than your human body and broken mind. The moment you start the completion process, the Guru's grace has started happening in your life. Please understand. Your self-effort brings Guru's grace. Guru's grace brings more self-effort. Guru's grace inspires you to start the completion process. Completion makes more Guru's grace flow in your life. It is virtuous circle. You might have heard the word only vicious circle. Now I am introducing a new word, virtuous circle. Love of the master enters into you and inspires you to do the completion process. Then it turns as love for the master. When the Guru's grace enters into you, it starts moving you towards completion process. When you start the completion process, automatically the more Guru's grace enters into you. Please understand, don't ever be afraid. Don't say, oh God, I have so much incompletion. How can I ever think I can complete and rewrite my future? When a fire starts burning the trees, not only the forest reduces, the strength of the fire gets added. So when you start doing completion, you may have 10,000 incompletions in front of you. But when you do even one completion, two completion, all the completed thoughts will become power of you. not only enemy is reducing, friend is increasing. Opposite army is reducing, your army is increasing. The pattern of completing with incompletion becomes your strength. When you start walking or running, day one, don't start thinking, how can I run the marathon of 50 kilometers? First start running 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. The stamina your body builds, that will take care that you run 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers. Completion with life is eternal love. Please understand. With anybody you feel complete. Don't think the person is completing you. Your completion is making that person beautiful. Please listen. What I am talking is a very important point. If you see somebody and you are in love and you feel complete, be very clear. That person has no role in your completion experience. Because of your completion, the person looks more greener than the green itself, more rosier than the rose itself, more beautiful than the beauty itself. Completion is the state where you rest in awareness. You always rest in unconsciousness, but with completion you rest in awareness. You rest in peace. You rest in your existence. You rest in you. I'll tell you the story. I'll tell you the story of my completion. See, when I left the house, I think it was 17 and a half. Many times I ran away from the house, and 17 and a half, once for all I ran away. And I think when I was 17, both my gurus, Raghupati Yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri is name, and Vibhudananda Puri, lady sannyasini, Kuppammal her name, both of them have passed away. After they left the body, it was almost like impossible for me to live in that city. See, in that town, every stone is associated with their memories for me. The hill is the place where I spend my time. Temple is the place I spend my time. It's always with them. After their death, it was very difficult for me to live in that area, in that same town, so I decided that I will leave the place. Now only we call it as town and all. In those days it was a pakka village. Pakka village. The whole village is only 5 street. 5 street or maximum I can say 10. 5 to 10, not more than that. Now of course the whole thing is developed and expanded and all that is. I could not live in Tiruvannamalai, so I decided to leave the house. I had the darshan of Ramakrishna suddenly, so I decided to go to Ramakrishna Mission and sannyasi. But I know very clearly I am not going to stay in their organization. I may go and receive sannyas and continue my yatra. That was my decision, my thinking, hope. So one day, it was a Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, I saw very vividly Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appearing, and they appeared and I asked Ramakrishna, please initiate me. And he smiled and said, showing Sharada Devi, she is the specialist in all this. And I told Sharada Devi, you initiate me. Then I saw very clearly she put her hand on my head and both of them entered into my body and disappeared. So I decided, it gave me a lot of courage and strength to take up sannyas, leave the house. I can say that this was the immediate reason. So I decided I am going to leave the house. And after the decision, I was in the temple thinking. After this dream, I went to temple and whole day I was sitting and thinking. Even next day I was sitting and thinking what to do. Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third day, evening I came to my mother. I sat on the door frame. She sat one step below. If any of you talk to my mother, you will understand. Sometimes people ask her, what's the difference you find Swamiji as your son and now? Even I asked her once. She says, I don't find any difference, Swamiji, because even in those days we treated you like this only. We treated you like this only. She will never sit equal to me. And one step below she was sitting. And I was very close with her. Very loving, and I never had any hatred. Very loving. Many times, when I get time, I will go and sit in kitchen with her. She will be cooking, I will be sitting and telling some stories. Had a very friendly relationship with her. And literally, till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her. I think if you are from the Western culture, it will be shocking, you will not be able to understand. In Indian tradition, we don't have even the idea of the child abuse. So always, as kids, I think now when I listen to the stories, I understand that nowadays, even at the age of 10 or 6, 7, even much earlier, the kids are made to sleep separately. Till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her only, holding her. And another one thing, after my enlightenment, from the age of 12, I started this pattern of bedwetting. 10 years I was bedwetting. Later on I found out what was the reason. The kids will have bedwetting, you have heard. But when I was a child, it did not happen. At the age of 12, it started. See, after the enlightenment, every night, the consciousness falls into samadhi, so the message from bladder to brain does not go. That bladder is full and brain does not act. It's in some other state. So I don't get up. Every morning she has to get up and wash the sari and dry the bed in the first floor. It's a routine, but she won't complain even a single day. Single day she won't complain. So I called her and said, I was sitting and I said, I was looking away from her, not looking at her, looking away from her and said, Mom, Swami is going to become a sannyasi. I won't address as me. Only recently I started using this I and me. If you see even my earlier discourses, you will not see anywhere this I and me. It's Ramakrishna style. And only very recently only I started using I and mine. I, me, all these words. Otherwise I will tell only Swami. Even to tell about me, I will tell only Swami. So, if you talk to our Gurukul kids, even they will not say I and me. They will only tell the name. Because I am talking to people, otherwise people get confused. If I go on telling the story, Swami told, Swami did, Swami this, then finally they ask which Swami. They end up in confusion. That is why I have started using the word normally. Anyhow, I told her, in Tamil I said, Swami sannyasam போறதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிருச்சு. I told her that Swami has decided to go as a sannyasi. And I am looking away from her and I don't have the courage to look at her because I am emotionally very attached with her. Very attached to her. So, I can't handle. So I was looking, my eyes were away. See, even though I was attached to her, I was complete with her. And I was complete with me. So it did not stop me going towards sannyas. But I had a very good relationship with her. I don't know how you guys will understand. Understand that attachment does not mean like the attachment you guys carry, that I will not be able to go for sannyas. It was not against my need or will for going to sannyas. But I cannot see her cry, see her suffer. So I was keeping my eyes away, looking away from her. I did not get any response from her. No words. After a few minutes, as usual, what women will do? And I am getting that slowly, that sound of she crying. Even then, I did not turn my eyes towards her. And I said, what do you mean? You mean to say I should not go? She said, no, I can't stop you. I am not able to handle, so I am crying. She said such beautifully, I can't stop you. In Tamil she said, சாமி என்னால் நிறுத்த முடியாது, என்னால் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியல, அழறேன், எனக்கு தாங்கல, அழறேன். Then she hugged me, and usually I am a very I will be so happy and comfortable with my mother. Even while I am sitting in the kitchen, I will be only putting my hands on her shoulder and talking. I was very comfortable. So I will never miss a chance to hug her. This hugging, I think, I learned from my mother only. Now I tell you really, if you are complete with your mother, all women in your life, the relationship will be so complete. If you are complete with father, all men in your life, the relationship will be complete. I was so complete with my mother, but when she hugged me, I did not even hug her back, and before she could be complete with that hug, I moved my body. She understood, I don't want her to hug me now. She understood, I'm moving out. She just took her hands off and she moved, and she was wiping the ears and crying. Immediately my father came from behind and said, my father was actually shouting at my mother, did you disturb Swami in some way? Why is Swami suddenly telling he is leaving the house? We are after all taking care of him nicely. And he has no courage to talk to me directly. I turned back. I asked him, now to whom are you talking? He just kept quiet. No, I did not tell anything. And he went away. And then the drama started. Of course, when I pushed her away, in the half hug, I could see very clearly part of my bio-memory was incomplete. Please understand, part of me was incomplete. See, if she fought with me, I would not have had incompletion. You are fighting with me, come on, I will fight with you, over. She never fought with me. So I could have allowed her to hug me, means I could have done little more care, with a little more sensitivity, with a little more love, because she's not asking me don't go. You understand? She's not telling don't go for sannyas. But I was afraid if I give her the love or attention or care, I may not go. I may not be able to go. So I can say that it was more, the incompletion was created with her, more because of my self-doubt about me. Then finally, next day morning, I can see the whole village is in front of my house. It's a very tight-knit community, small village, tight-knit community. I can say it's one large family, that's all. The whole village. At least that whole area. I've seen in those days, in every house in the puja room, there will be one old man's photo. I asked my grandmother, who is this Swami? She said, no, he is your grandfather. I asked, then why his photo is in every house? She said, for all the house, he is the grandfather. So, no other entertainment. They will have 2-3 wives and no TV also those days. This is the only entertainment. Each house will have half a dozen to dozen. Zamindar means landlords. And I have seen the original house was 80,000 square feet. But when I was born and a lot was sold, they will part by part they sold. But the original house print, I saw in the town plan, still one small bit is there as it is. I am trying to buy, these fellows are not giving me, just to make like a memorial, one bit. Same construction is there as it is, the stone construction and the teak wood. Any of you have seen that kind of houses? Soon you will see in Biddi, we are going to do 4-5. It's a
typical old style house. It's a tight-knit family, the whole family is there. Usually if somebody dies, their body will be kept in the hall, the sofa, and the whole family will gather. See, this family is such that every month somebody will be attending age, some engagement, some marriage, some death. Every once in 2-3 months there will be some festival, some program, some function. It will be continuously going on. That day when I woke up, I saw so much of crowd. I thought, who died? Because there's no other function. I asked my mother, what happened? Anybody died? All of them have gathered? All the relatives are there? She told me, no, they all came to see you only. I said, I am alive. Then she said, no, because you said you are going to become a sannyasi, they all came to see you. And literally, like a dead body, I was made to sit on the sofa in the center of the room, hall. It's called Nadu Kottadi. They call it Nadu Kottadi. And in the center I am sitting. All the group, the whole group is sitting all around. And some who doesn't have courage, they talk among themselves. Some who has a courage try to confront me. One by one comes. And first comes my father's elder brother's wife, Periyamma, means aunt. She comes. What will happen to our family prestige if you become a sannyasi? And the funny thing is, night I told my mother, by early morning the whole village knows. Before I wake up, the whole village is there. There are nearby relatives. In those days, cell phone was not that common also. All the other villages also information has gone. They are all on the way. And you need to know, 2 families sat and already saw a girl for me. Usually in this tight-knit families, if a boy is born, immediately they will tie a girl. The mama ponnu, atta ponnu, edavadhu one tie panni vechiruvanga. So they already decided. They are seeing the time, right, muhurtam. And all of them have to sit and convince me. And I am a 17.5-year-old boy. And they will finish the marriage so that I cannot run away and become a sannyasi. And so all this is going on. And she comes, see what will happen to the prestige, family prestige. And I cannot live. If you run away like this and all, whole village will talk, everyone will talk about us. And now only we are having little prestige and family is all settling down. She has 2 daughters. And who will marry my 2 daughters if you run away and become a sannyasi? After all, they are my cousin sisters only. If you run away and become sannyasi, nobody will marry my daughters. I will hang with the sari on the fan. She told in Tamil, Shalai katti fan la thongiruven appadinu. I will hang myself in the sari on the fan. I slowly looked at her and said, she used to be very heavy. And I said, for your weight, the sari will tear, fan will break. You better use the rope on the uttaram. Uttaram is the beam. You use the rope and hang yourself in the uttaram. Surely you will die. That's it. And immediately she got angry. What? You are asking me to die? You are asking me to die? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. That's what I told you. I am going. I told her. That is what I am telling. I am going. Then comes the next guy. If you are from South India, you can literally enjoy the whole scene. You can visualize the whole scene and see. These fellows are so bothered about what others will talk about us. The whole life goes with that only. And then comes my uncle, means my father's sister's husband. Mama, my uncle, he comes. We are all living in the house and living a spiritual life. Are we all not living a spiritual life? Why don't you do that? Why do you want to leave the house? He's a drunkard. He's alcoholic. So, but I used to have a lot of respect for him. I just put my hands like this only and stood up from the sofa. In Tamil I said, Ada loose. That's the way I started. The loose. நீ காலைல எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாராயிரம்னா மூஞ்சி கழுவுற, உனக்கு ஆன்மீகத்துக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம்? I spoke in singular. I used to be very respectful, but that day all my kundalini was up and alive. And I said, hey, fool. Loose is fool is not the right word. You understand as loose itself. Loose. You early morning you wash your face only with the alcohol. And what kind of spirituality you are talking about? He was so angry because in public, in front of everyone, I told he is alcoholic. Because in the village and all, even if they drink, they will be very secretly, they will drink, and they will not drink in the house and all, they will drink and come very, and they will have a backside door, they will slowly enter, and that time only the cat will fall on them. It will be very secret. It will not be known to others, especially to kids. In front of public, no one will speak. And even the relatives will not sit together and drink. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. In the alcohol shop, even if they meet each other, they will put the towel and cover the face. And because I told him that he is alcoholic in front of the whole group, that's it. Hey, you told me I am a drunkard? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. I said, that is what I am telling you. And second wicket over. So like this, few more wickets came. So once I finish everything, now everyone understands if you go there, all your respect, manam, maryada, ellam poirum. They understood. I am not going to bother about anybody. The way I was answering or talking, they all are very clear that now nothing can be done. They all kept quiet. And then some more relatives, whoever need to come. 3 days, the whole house was full of these relatives. Some trying to convince me. Some from distance itself they will talk. And the way I answered, they got so frightened. Actually, my uncle's daughter only they were planning. This same guy only I said, you are a drunkard. That's it. Now I means I will not give my daughter to you. Who asked? I never asked. You planned. What can I do? And then they were planning these, that, and they tried to call my college friends and whether they will be able to give any advice to me. And nothing worked out. Finally, third day, Wednesday I told them, and Thursday, Friday. And of course, even Saturday I was there. Saturday I did not stay in the house, I went out. Sunday I left the house, that's all. Next Sunday I left the house. After that, there was no contact between me and them. They heard once I am in Ramakrishna Mutt, and when they came, I just saw them from distance and went away. That's all. And anyhow, I left the house and traveled and I had different experiences, saw the different monks and sannyasis, everything, and had my realization, my my life mission, everything. And when I had that experience at the age of 22, that I am an incarnation to transmit this experience, my body and mind is prepared for it,
after that experience, it took 9 months for me to settle down normally. If I move the right hand, left hand will not move. If I move the left hand, right leg will not move. The coordination will not be there. If I speak, everything will be stopped. That's the way body was functioning. To settle down and become normal, it took 9 months. So when I settled into the body and became normal, the first thing I felt is I have to complete that bio-memory which was left in me as incomplete. So I went back to Tiruvannamalai. Actually, that time I was staying in a place called Kanchipuram, near Kanchipuram, a place called Perukkaranai. And there they take stones for making deities. So there are artificial caves where they removed the stones, quarried the stones. I was staying in one of those caves. Then when I decided, I wanted to complete with her. When I felt I should complete with her, immediately I went back to Tiruvannamalai. I went to the house where they were staying. There I saw nobody is there. And somebody else is having shops. When I went there and asked, I wanted to see Arunachalam and Loganai, my father and mother's name. They said, no, they are not here. They went away. I asked, it is their own house? They said, no. 8 years before they sold this house, they went away. I asked them, where are they? Do you know the address? They said, we don't know where they are. We don't even know whether they are in Tiruvannamalai. We don't have any idea. When I was inquiring, they thought that I am coming there for food, because my mother had a wonderful habit, which is from my grandfather. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus and get them and give them food. My grandmother also had this pattern. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus from the temple and get them, give them food, only then she will eat. My father's mother and mother's father, both of them had this habit. So sadhus will come regularly to have food. So these guys thought I came for food. So they said, we will give you food. I said, no, I just wanted to meet them, that's why I came. So I do not know now where they are. I went to temple and sat there. It's already maybe around night 8 o'clock. I thought in the temple at least some of the friends or relatives will come. I'll see them or they will see me, then I'll ask them. When I was sitting in the temple, first time after 9 months, I felt the hunger. Because I settled into the body. That was the exact day I settled into the body. It was Deepavali day. And I settled into the body. And I think next day to Deepavali, Amavasya, I went to Tiruvannamalai. First time then I thought, what is this? In the stomach something is going on. Then I realized, oh God, it's hunger. Because the 9 months, hunger, thirst, everything disappeared from the body. All human activities have disappeared from the body. No one too. Means when nothing goes inside, how anything can come out. And even if we eat little bit, I think whether it's completely gets assimilated, I don't know. So first time I felt the hunger after the 9 months. So I was sitting in Tiruvannamalai. It was funny, sitting in Tiruvannamalai, hunger and no food. But immediately, in few minutes, I could see the power of space. The Devi temple priest, he walked straight from the Devi temple and gave the food to me, Nevedyam. I asked him, no, why are you giving it to me? To whom you want to give? Maybe you wanted to give for somebody else and you are mistaking and giving. I told him in Tamil, எனக்கு எது கொடுக்குறீங்க? நீங்க வேற யாரையும் நினைச்சிட்டு என்ன கொடுக்குறீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Then he looked at me and said, no, no, eat, and went away. After I ate and washed the hands and I was sitting, from distance I saw one young man, saw me and started running. Then I know it's my classmate. From distance I recognized. He also recognized me. He thought if he comes near me, I'll run away. So he wants to inform my parents first. He ran and told my mother and father. In 10 minutes I saw in my vision space one face coming and standing. My mother came and stood. And she was afraid to talk to me. She recognized me and she's standing. I turned my face and the moment I recognized her, I gave my wide smile and asked her, how are you, ma? The moment she saw a smile in my face, she thought, yes, she can communicate. She can relate. And immediately tears started rolling in her eyes because she's seeing me maybe, I don't know, 7-8 years or after that. When I left, I am a kid, now a sannyasi, shaved head, tall, shining face and sharp eyes, lean. Those days I used to be shaved head. And she was standing with tears. Actually, first I only stood up and pulled her and hugged her. And she started crying, putting her head on my shoulder. Cried, maybe for 10 minutes. I just allowed. When she felt complete and took her body out, I saw my incompletion has disappeared. The incompletion which was in me, in my biomemory, disappeared. Understand? The one hug, incomplete hug, which I separated my body, where I pulled myself out, that incompletion, which was in my biomemory, became complete when I hugged her again and allowed her to express the love. Then she said, please come and eat in the house. I said, now I am a sannyasi. If you give Purna Kumbha and offer the food in the banana leaf, like yesterday we served, I will come and eat. She said, yes, I will do. Next day she did all that ritual and I went and ate and came back. The moral of the story is, even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete. Understand? Even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete.
Right, this happening. Just the way Swamiji narrated how exactly this incident happened in Swamiji's life. It was just too good, right? How was it for you all? How did you all enjoy it? Just knowing how Swamiji was continuously first thing so focused, like at the age of 16 itself, Swamiji had decided to leave the house. And secondly, most importantly, how Swamiji had left his mother and that whole incompletion, like even for an avatar, like Swamiji said, how important it was to have that completion, that hug, to fulfill that completion, to come back, complete that hug. It was just so beautiful, right? And how Swamiji revealed to us about what is true fulfilling relationships like. Each of this is very important for us to understand. And Swamiji revealed such a beautiful truth to all of us, right? So how was it for you? What did you click with? What did each of you understand?
How many of you understood about that importance of completion that Swamiji had explained to us very, very, very beautifully? Priyatma Surupini has posted. It's always such a joy to listen to Swamiji's stories. Swamiji beautifully puts it well. Absolutely. I mean, it's like literally you will feel as though you're also there in the story and you're seeing the whole thing so visually, right? This is so beautiful. It was unique. It was quite touching and heartfelt. You're asking for the video. Sure, we'll send you the video link, Ma. Okay, wonderful. Now, with this thing, after listening, how many of you feel that, yes, I am going to do the completion process? I'm really going to be completing with everyone in my life. Who all want to take that decision? Who all want to experience that completion with all your relationships? Ma Chetna Patel has put it means every single incident should be completed with conscious awareness. Every single incident that you remember, yes, should be completed. Meaning, see, that's what Swamiji says, conscious living. When you're living conscious, actually look at your life. So much of time just goes by where you're not even aware, like you're so unconscious. You need to infuse consciousness, meaning you need to be aware, conscious, living in every moment. Whatever incompletions are there, when you start focusing on completing with all those incompletions, living in perpetual completion, like automatically feeling complete will become part of you. Otherwise, what will happen? No, we'll think, oh God, I have so many incompletions. I've lived for last so many years now. How am I going to sit and complete all of that? Don't worry, relax. Because you only need to be focusing on you feeling complete. Once you start completing with few incidents, experiencing completion will become your natural way of existence. Are you all understanding? First, let's identify our incompletions that we have. We're going to do the completion process, completion with others. We all understood about my world and the world, how things are different in my world, how things are different in actual reality. And now we understood about the importance of completion with others. And Swamiji shared from his own personal life. Very beautiful. I love listening to this video. I have listened to this so many times. And again, every single time, it's so funny, especially when Swamiji narrates, right? Like how Swamiji talks, responds to each of the relatives. It's just so funny and so sweet to see how young Swamiji was. And like his only known place where he had grown up all his life was Tiruvannamalai. And he's going to leave that place to go somewhere where he didn't even know where he's going. But his decision, young 16-year-old kid who does not have any money with him, he's not going to take any money, he's not going to take anything, no person to even support. Next meal, he does not know where to get from. But he is off, ready to take off, saying that I want to be a sannyasi, no matter who comes and asks him. Wow, what a guts Swamiji should have had at that young age to take that decision and stick with that decision. And take that decision with tremendous completion. This is just wow. Ma Stephanie died here. I understand, I read your message. Understand, listen. Focus on you being complete. Listen, if someone is abusing you, you don't need to go and complete it them and say, oh, it was all my fault. No. Completion is not about saying sorry. Completion is not about you going and saying sorry to someone. Completion is you deciding to be complete. See, someone at some point would have, let's say that your friend had given you a tight slap in some place in front of others. That would have hurt you so much. The physical pain would have lasted for few minutes, but the suffering that comes out of it, even now when you will remember, it will make you suffer. You'll feel the suffering, you'll feel the suffocation of it. That suffering, pain is inevitable, suffering is a choice. You choose to suffer. You have the freedom to complete, to be relieved out of that suffering, where even when you are remembering, even when you remember that incident, it will no more cause any pain or a suffering in you. That is literally how complete you will feel. Even when you remember that incident, it will no more cause any kind of a pain or a suffering in you.
One more thing I wanted to add. See, many times in all relationships, right? Like Swamiji was revealing in that session about how fulfilling relationships is our birthright. Swamiji said many times, because of our certain reactionary patterns, we give a fixed response. We understand a certain way and respond a certain way. Because of which, your experience about life becomes very limited. What happens each time we have a fixed idea? This should happen a certain way. If this person reacts to me this way, if this person responds to me this way, that means they love me. If this person does not even turn and look at me, that means the love has reduced. All these fixed notions of everything around us constantly makes us fall into that same cycle of incompletions again and again. That is why so many times your incompletions might be completely like baseless. It will not even have a clear base. But still, you will not even know why that incompletion is there, but it will just be there and it will trouble you. So the whole thing is constantly again and again going to be affecting. It is going to be like a vicious cycle that we get stuck in. Now, the same thing that Swamiji revealed here, right? If we just carefully analyze, Swamiji had shared how fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again, gives you the experience of oneness is fulfilling relationship. Let us do a very quick exercise for this. I request every one of you to take a few minutes, pen down the answers to these 5 questions. First one, for the purpose of this assignment, you're going to be taking any one relationship where you want to experience true love with that person, but currently you're facing conflicts. Pen down what you feel about you when you are with that person. What do you feel about yourself when you are away from that person? How do you show yourself to that person, and how that person perceives you, and how you perceive that person? Take few minutes and pen down the answers for this. those relationships. Pen down. See, you're going to take only one for now. You can write down the answer to each of those questions. Revisit how it feels for you to spend time with that person. How do you feel about yourself when you're around that person? How do you experience about them when you're around them? Write down all of them. Now, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be revisiting that whole experience. And we're going to be entering into a very, very beautiful, powerful Kriya, that meditation that we're going to be doing, which will literally give us this experience of the whole space of going beyond the attachments and experiencing real love and fulfillment. Now, please relax. Have all of you finished writing? Yes. Have all of you finished writing? Wonderful. Now, we're going to be entering into a very, very important exercise for all of us to do. A very important kriya actually, which is going to be opening up your Anahata chakra. See, Anahata chakra is your heart center, which is the center of love. From Anahata chakra only, the love expresses, blossoms and oozes out that people experience. Okay. So now, every one of you that are sitting here, firstly, can I please ask every one of you to come on camera? It's a very, very powerful exercise we're going to be doing. It's a very powerful kriya that we are going to be doing, which will really help you come to that space of completion. And this will have multiple steps. We will be guiding you all through this kriya. So I request every one of you to please come settle down. Nithyanandam, Ma Tanja Devarne, Ma Windlaw, Ma Wavyang. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Please come on camera. Please turn on your cameras. Ma Xia Tong, Ma Jenny Tran, Ma Shengyu. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Please come on the camera. Okay, listen very carefully. Now, this particular kriya is going to be unlocking the Anahata chakra in us. See, our heart center, the being center in us, the heart center in us, is the Anahata chakra. So, this Anahata chakra is a place where love, the true love, flows through Anahata chakra. And Anahata chakra is blocked by attention need pattern in us. Whenever we seek for approval from outside, whenever we seek for an attention, approval from outside, that blocks our Anahata chakra, the pattern. Okay, getting it? Now, there's a very, very powerful kriya that is taken from the Agamas, from our scriptures, which basically helps you unlock your Anahata chakra. Completely unlocking your Anahata chakra and unleashing the potential energy of your Anahata chakra. Getting it? So we will be entering into this kriya. Before that, I just want to remind all the participants, please do not worry. Just do all the steps exactly as it is being guided. But key is be in the camera. All the participants, please be on the camera. And if you have any medical conditions which does not allow you to do any type of breathing exercises or any type of kriyas, please do not participate. Okay. Now, all the others who are here, if you're doing this kriya, please make sure you're in the camera and do the kriya only in the camera. And second, you all need not worry about your privacy. You're all in the focus mode, which means only we will be able to see you to make sure you're doing it correctly. And nobody else can see you or record you. So you all can be comfortable and reassured about that. Now, let us all enter into the kriya. All right? Okay. Now, you're all going to be doing step by step as I guide you all into each of this kriya. So this, actually, all of us listen to how Swamiji experienced that completion with Mother, right? This experience, this meditation will actually unlock the similar experience, exactly same experience, I have to say, in your inner space. Swamiji said very beautifully, he said, the moment he experienced that hug the second time, it was so complete, so fulfilling. That is the exact thing each of you are going to be experiencing right now. Okay, first step. Please sit cross-legged in a comfortable position on the ground. Please be seated on the ground. Sit in a very comfortable position. Your head, neck, and spine should be in a straight line. If you're not able to sit on the floor, if you're unable to sit on the floor, it is fine. You can sit on the chair. That is also fine. Just be seated in a comfortable position such that you're able to sit in that for a long time. And do not sit hunched back. Do not lean on the wall. Just sit straight. Have your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Feel very relaxed. Close your eyes. Now, visualize as if your eyeballs have literally frozen. You have become completely like solid inside. Please close your eyes. I request everyone to close your eyes. My hands be long, don't rub your eyes. Just close your eyes. Sit straight, close your eyes. Myrin Lemos. Come on, everyone, please close your eyes. My Hilde, my Jana. I request everyone to sit straight, close your eyes. Yes. Now, for the next 21 minutes, we are going to be doing the Maha Mantra meditation. This is the first step. For the next 20